want to try that super duper clear 3D printing today, maybe. Thinking about that. What's up, people? Yeah, the stats are still going. They're just not on screen. Still got it all up there. I do want to take a look at Android APS. Android Studio at some point, too, soon. My prescription for the new pump is being processed. I don't know when that's gonna, you know, get the approvals and stuff. I don't know what insurance is gonna do with it, but insurance should approve it eventually. I just don't know what the timing on that is. And I want to make the supplies for the old pump last as long as possible so that I have some extra stuff. So I'm not, you know, SOL when I end up using too much insulin. This is RimWorld soundtrack we're listening to right now because I'm completely uninspired and I can't find good music anymore. I can find good music. It's all copyrighted. It's all written, all copied. I do need to clean up. I need to do like big cleanup around here. I'm not gonna have time though because any free time that I have is gonna be spent going through stuff in the storage area in fucking 9,000 degree heat. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I really need to clean up around here though because it's starting to become an issue. I need to clear the brew table because I need to actually do mead brew that I've been meaning to do for like a year. So I need to clean out all the cook pot and the cooling pot and the hot liquor tank is what it's called. Hardspace Shipbreaker? Yeah, I've heard some good stuff about that. It's been on my wish list for a while. Weekend's cleanup weekend. Yeah, it is a bit therapeutic, isn't it? You get the trash bags out, you start getting rid of all the old crap that you didn't use. I got a couple piles in here that are definitely on the chopping block. But, oh, I'm beeping. Yeah, my glucose level is in complete flux right now because I fucking ate a sandwich. How dare I eat a turkey sandwich? It sucks because I really wanted to focus on the wheel. I stepped on the Arduino for the wheel because it's over in the corner, so we got to repair the wire for that today. Just so that I know everything is working, which it's not right now because I stepped on it. Stupid thing, broke a wire. So we got to repair that wire. I'm waiting for the bolts to get here. The bolts that are going to fit 6mm countersinks. I looked at my Amazon history. It left Conshohocken at 10:50 a.m. I have a couple orders that did that exact thing. Leave Conshohocken at exactly 10:50 a.m. All of them, within a couple minutes of one another, arrive at the house at 7:08 p.m. So Amazon says it could be 3:45 to 7 p.m. arrival. I'm not sure if maybe the reason that all those times are in lockstep is because they're just entered as a group, or if it's accurate enough that I can predict that it'll get here at exactly 7:08. Building weekend, gonna even get my project further. Hell yeah, dude. Get progress done. That's what we're all about. YouTube's a little loud, isn't it? There you go. What's up, Isaac? Yeah, so that's the deal. We're kind of in flux. We're just waiting for parts. So we can prepare the stuff on the wheel. I can look at Android APS. I need to repair the shifter because I stepped on it. And then we can prepare for the parts to get here. So we can kind of like put some of the stuff in place that's gonna, you know, hardware stuff that's gonna go in place. It's gonna hold the pedals in a better position. I can't really get very far without those countersunk screws though. Those are pretty important. I'm gonna check on the tracking status again. Wow, Amazon seems to think I really want to put a heatsink on my SSD. Orders. Track. Yes, it's out for delivery. See all updates. Yeah, I don't get any other information. Darn it. Please give your delivery driver 6 feet of space to complete their delivery. Now, I'm gonna tackle them. I'm gonna give them a big kiss. All right, let's see. Let's get rid of some tabs here. Don't need that, 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 don't need that. Don't need that. I open up some of the 3D printing stuff. Maybe we'll look at that a little bit, because if I can print this guy right here and make it look like glass, which is what this other person did, that'd be pretty cool. It's just something from Discord. So let me pull up a little bit of windowage here. Printing stuff. This guy. This guy's a printable model, but I'm not interested in the model. I'm interested in the technique. Look at this thing. Look at how clear that is. So I'd like to get that out of some of my translucent filaments, especially for this water cooling thing. I think that would be very cool. But we need to do a bunch of settings. And a single direction for infill. So I'll have to figure that all out. Yeah, it's like an ice cube. It's pretty crazy. And that's a gorgeous print. Look at that. Absolutely wild. It's just completely solid plastic, which is enticing. Very enticing. My support material doesn't really work, but I kind of made this object sort of for not having support. So we might be able to get it to print all right. And then I'll have to figure out how to seal it, because I don't know if those layers are going to be watertight. What's up, Foldster? I highly doubt that those layers are going to be watertight, but it would be cool to get this kind of optical clarity out of a print, just from the bed. Kind of fighting hyperglycemia. I had a sandwich. I'm so sorry. Oh God, it went up to 232. I have a bunch of insulin. I have 10 units of insulin in my system right now, so that should counter it. But man. We're waiting on hardware. I've got a couple hardware operations that I would like to do. We should do the 3D printing stuff first. Should probably do that first. We'll read up on this on the advice here and see what they think we should do, how we should set up our printer, do the setup, start the print, and then I can do some of the other hardware stuff, and then we can figure out what else we can get into. I've got the computer is on the table. Along with a 24-volt power supply. Look at these two. Now, what does this thing take in? Yeah, 24 volts. So we got 12 amps at 24 volts right here. This thing runs off at 24 volts, but it's an ancient Windows 7 machine. I wonder if I could load up some kind of Linux distro on it. Swap the hard drive over to an SSD. You could burn the subs off of this, even though it's not water cooled. Swap this out instead of a cell modem. I would like to have just a Wi-Fi card in there. I don't know. I don't know if because this is huge. So I don't think it's good for burn the subs. This is an enormous Windows computer. Whereas we have a Raspberry Pi on burn the subs. I don't know. How's it going, Tomb? Scooch some of this stuff out of my mouse area. Scooch, kids of the scooching. Scooch over, little chillins. Give me some room to work. Room to think. Yeah, so the CVS Caremark got the order for they got faxed a prescription for the previous generation of these pumps. This is like the latest generation, and it hasn't been hacked yet. I'm really disappointed in that, but I know what the score is. Hopefully in the near future, these things can get hacked, and if I can help them, I will send some of these away. Hopefully you have a spare Pi since they're impossible to find. Yeah, I long time ago, before they were, when they were only just starting to get hard to find, I bought a spare. I always have spares. That's very important, especially with something like a Raspberry Pi, which when it's running 24/7 Vigil, they, you know, without a lot of cooling on it, they tend to, things go wrong. Things just go wrong. So I do backups, I do backup hardware, and that's why we take a systems engineering approach specifically to burn the subs. Burn the subs needs to be as professional as possible. It needs to have backup entire systems that can just go into effect on a whim in order to replace entire large swaths of hardware that might go wrong. That way, burn the subs always stays active. It is the #1 priority around here. Of course, right now it's not, because I needed a fucking break from it for once. But yeah. Anyway, with the insulin pump stuff, I got a prescription for the previous generation, which is almost the same thing. There's a little bit of a difference in hardware due to the fact that the older version doesn't communicate directly with the CGM, is my understanding. I could be wrong about that, but it just, I don't know, whatever. It's got slightly different hardware on it, but it'll work with the Android Auto Pancreas system, Android APS. Hoping to move to, and then this chart over here will have much different information on it. It'll have insulin information on it as well, and then everything will be controlled with my cell phone, which I'm looking forward to, because I don't want to look like I'm pulling out a pager. I don't want those comments anymore. So aside from sweating off the entire patch and the possibility of having a plastic cannula instead of the metal needle that I have right now, possibly kinking, I think mostly this is not going to be too difficult of a transition, assuming that I can get all the Android tools running quickly enough. We could explore some of that today if we run out of stuff to do. We could explore that today, because I will need to, I believe I can use this pump with the Android APS system. So there's a couple things that we're doing. I got a couple miscellaneous projects we'll get to. That up. Thing's weird. The GE logo is a button. The GE logo is a button on it. I like this computer. I don't think there's really much that I can do with it though. RXI box, IPC, Windows 7 Pro. First thing to go is Windows 7 Pro. That's for damn sure. It's such a cool little like controls like computer box, but it's such a dumpy computer. Like it's like a terrible computer. That's what sucks about it. That's like modular too, but it's like if you're a power company and you need to like plop some of these things remotely and have a computer in a remote location, yeah, this thing will do great. Close it up in a control systems cabinet, and if there's a little bit of air exchange, it'll probably be able to keep itself cool, and then you can use all your dumpy Windows 7 tools. Yeah, oh well. And Windows will push an update to it and break a big swath of your grid. We're gonna take a look at this today. This is a patient project. We gotta be very patient about this. So I guess I'm gonna need to spin off settings in Super Slicer. I need to get my iced tea. Be right back. That's sitting just over here. Welcome to Friday, everybody. Welcome to Friday. Got a pretty good one to go here. I'm just champing at the bit. It's not chomping at the bit. Some people say chomping at the bit. They get it wrong. Champing at the bit. Champing at the bit here to get these parts in. Trying to reload Streamlabs. Like that. There we go. Gaming print technology. Twitch channel. Play games, have fun. We got a good stream starting soon thing. Oh, cool. What are they working on? 3D printing. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, gaming print technology rated last stream. They're from the Makers and Crafting Osphere. Seem to be doing some cool stuff. I haven't had a chance to check out their stream, so I'm actually just like looking at the timeline right now. It looks like they're doing... God, I don't even know what they're doing. It looks cool, though. Some interesting 3D modeling and 3D printing going on there. I do need to get to 3D modeling. I need to work on, what do you call it? I need to work on the computer project. I want to get those solids all set, because I think there's going to be a lot of plastic on that water cooling top layer. I did order modules, though. I went online and looked around. Turns out there's a lot of those power supplies, those Vicor power supplies, the ones that I love, that are used in all kinds of weird applications to achieve lots of power and not a lot of space. Looked around, it turns out hundreds and hundreds of dollars cheaper if I just buy them on eBay. They're like new in box. I just have to wait for the parts to get here an inordinate amount of time, but I was able to order all the modules that I need for the new power supply. And I got to extract the old one from the old computer. Currently, the old computer is in LAN mode, so it's all closed up. It's got the dead power supply on it, and then it's got two big umbilical cables coming out of it. One of them goes to the 750 watt power supply. The other one goes to the AIO cooler that I couldn't fit. So it's a mess. It's a complete mess. But I got to get the old power supply out of it. Start thinking about doing the machining to get 300 millimeter rails, because they don't sell them. You have to make them. You have to cut. I have a good way to cut things with a right angle. I don't have a miter box. I don't have a chop saw. I don't have anything like that. It's ridiculous. And these like miniature chop saws are not good. I mean, I might just go to the hardware store and see if they've got fucking like that, you know? Just see if they have exactly, you know, because obviously they're gonna have it, but I'm gonna have to just like give them cash, which would be really weird. That'd be really weird. Hey, you guys take cash? And then where am I gonna put this fucking thing? Here are the miniature ones, and I've had one of these at one point. They've got just a little timing belt in them, and then it's just a motor and a steel blade. But like that right there is the cheapest thing I've ever encountered in my entire life. Plus it has this little like safety on it, that little red bar in the back. Doesn't let you lower it until you press in just like a little link, and then it'll chop down. But it's like this piece right here is so cheap. It's so cheap. There's just no chance that you can get anything. I tried to cut Maker Beam on this. I've thrown it out. I literally just threw it out. It's not even worth its own, like, I was thinking of whether or not I could actually use Maker Beam in order to create a better, like cut plate on the bottom there. But I just never got around to doing it. I mean, look, everything is so cheap. You might as well just use a Dremel. God. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do. The mini miter saw is not good for fine work. The milling machine does a lot better, but the milling machine will distort the rail when it clamps it. I almost need to just make something for my other saw. Something like get one of that and just cut a thing in it and then put tracks on the... I don't know. I just don't know. Anyway, happy Friday, everybody. Happy Friday. The wheels are turning. I'm looking at project stuff. Like, is there like a miter... I mean, I've got like a weird Dremel attachment, but Instructables, huh? God, that looks not terribly safe. I think I saw a saw. Here's my stream key. You take over from here. Clearly you have the comedy chops. This is like laser cut wood, which I can't do here, but I'm just looking at like what? I don't understand what I'm looking at up here. I mean, I see the wheel. Fuck you. I see the wheel. I see that going on. I don't know what the hell else. I guess this piece lifts up. Why do they make it look like this? All right. It's possible that I could use like some bearings and some maker beam in order to make like kind of a choppy kind of saw, or just something that has tracks on it that guides the saw over, but I don't know. Dremel table saw. Yeah, I don't know about that. I have this. I actually have this. For whatever it's worth. What up, Ray? What up? I don't know, man. None of this stuff looks really, functional. Yeah, happy Friday, everybody. We got RimWorld music in here because I've lost control of my life. What the hell is that? Dust blow. It's literally a fan that you put on the front of your Dremel that already has a fan in it. Okay. What? Maybe you attach that in line with whatever bit you're using and it blows the dust away? I don't know. I need a better solution for cutting rails. That's what I'm looking at right now. Best way to cut maker beam. Ugh, hacksaw. Oh. Harbor Freight abrasive chop? Maybe. I don't know. $50 for a tool like that sounds like a way to hurt yourself. You guys love the bandsaw. I have the handheld bandsaw. I can tell you right now that the cuts that thing makes are not professional. They're not professional. Bandsaw is really good for chopping down material. You got a pipe that needs to be shorter? Yeah, use a bandsaw on it. But if you need to go through a lot of material and have it have a machined surface, it's not good. Like a big chop saw is great for the big rails. That'll make a completely professional cut out of the big aluminum extrusion rails. I'm talking about small aluminum extrusion rails, so I don't really know. And bandsaw is, of course, just gonna make its usual wandering blade cut. It's not gonna look quite right. Unless maybe I make a jig that would stabilize the rail on the bandsaw and not allow it to move around a lot and just put it directly through the blade. Maybe I could do that and then put a file on it and it'll make a nice cut. That might be the way to go. So that's what they're using. They've got their own. They got their own chops. They're using a chop saw. What is this? I've never seen this. Like that. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, just an abrasive wheel chop, right? Abrasive wheel chop. That looks somewhat like what... Yeah, chainsaw chain grinder. I mean, that looks like the appropriate size. Yeah, you'd have to replace the wheel, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see what the internet's Harbor Freight has to offer. There it is. There it is. I found it. No. Ugh. There's one. There's one, 80 bucks. 160. I mean, the thought is, why don't I just get like a full chop saw, you know? Rockwell Blade Runner? Portable table saw. Not terribly comfortable around table saws. Rockwell automation. Yeah, it's possible that could be pretty good. So what, that's just like a miniature table saw? He seemed pretty big too. I just missed a call. I hope that wasn't important. I didn't even see it ring. What the hell's going on here? Huh. 1-800. Hold on. Let's see who it was. Oops. Man, the new Android... Oh, I typed it in nothing. I typed it in nothing. Great. The new Android loves turning on its screen, doesn't it? I don't understand how it's able to conserve batteries so well. Like, it didn't charge last night, and it was at 75% power. Omnipod just called me. Well, they better leave a message. Actually, I'm gonna try calling him back right now, so I'm gonna mute myself. You guys enjoy. If it's my insulin pump company, I'm gonna give them a call back. They're probably gonna wonder why I wanted to downgrade. Got an estimated wait time already. I know what I'm doing. 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 That was the, oh my God, he's downgrading his insulin pump. And I talked to the guy and I'm like, yeah, it's just because, you know, I got this new phone and it doesn't work. And he's like, oh, it's never going to work with the phone. Or like the previous one's never going to blah, 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 blah. He didn't know what he's like, I think. I'm like, you don't know what you're talking about. This is basically the phone call that I just had. Anyway, happy Friday. How's it going? Yeah, so the because I'm going to the previous version of the insulin pump, the one that works with the Android auto pancreas system. Exactly. The one that works with the auto pancreas system is the previous version of the pump, the Dash. And so I went in for the order for the Dash, and Omnipod was like, "What you doing? Why? Help?" And I'm like, "I'll be good. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it." So it's gonna be kind of weird, but I'm basically, the guy was just like, so the handset, you need the starter kit with the handset, right? I'm like, yeah, something like that. Haha. Like, no, I don't need that. I'm never gonna use it. I just don't need it. Anyway, how's it going, chat? How is it going? I'm looking at these like chainsaw sharpeners as like a miniature chop saw, but I don't think, I think these are the same size as a regular chop saw. I don't need a full-sized chop saw, you know? I'm not running tubers all day, 2x4s. What is the size of these things? You see all these pictures and it's like those kids pools from like China where you're like, you have no idea what the size of the thing is. This one's $50. I don't know if I can get the head to be straight up and down too, because it looks like part of the system is that it's a bent cut. I can't adjust that. None of these show people. This one can go straight up and down. It's got all this crap down here specifically for cutting chainsaw blades. Older tech is easier to bend to my will. I wanted to tell him, look, listen, I'm not gonna be going with your software. I just said, you know, the tools that I'm gonna use will work with this previous version. I don't know if he got my drift. He might have. 15 by 10 by 10. It's $100. Yeah, just include a finger to scale. Yeah. Where are the pictures of like people? There's a hand, but the hand is close to the camera, so I can't really tell. I have no indicator of scale. Except for like measurements, and I'm not about to bust out the tape measure. 5-inch diameter saw. And then I would need to figure out a way to convert the work area to be like a miter. Nub to scale, they just show like a nub. I don't know. I don't know if this will do for me. I don't know if this is it. Make no mistake. This is it. It looks like these are designed to be attached to like the wall in order to work, because they've got these big adjustment screws on the bottom. I thought you'd be putting it on a table surface, but it looks like you got to mount it to something. Back of your truck. The back of your truck in the Pacific Northwest. Gotta tighten up my chainsaw. This guy's tight. Yeah, I gotta sharpen my chainsaw. Work easier with a sharp chainsaw. Not so nice attention to detail. Uh-oh. I mean, we've got human for scale and the tool is nowhere to be seen. There's a hand. Okay. I get a little bit of a sense of scale. Looks like they broke theirs. They broke theirs too in the same way. Yeah, they attached it to a post. Not complicated, inexpensive, blah, blah, blah. So the post breaks off. It's generally very cheap. It's about what I expect from Internet Harbor Freight. About what I expect. It's especially given you're spending $100 on it. I don't think I'm gonna do this though. I think I'll just go to like Home Depot and look at a real chop saw. Might as well fish in Craigslist for an actual. Yeah, or I can get one new. I don't know. I don't have like table. I guess over there I've got some table space, but like a full chop saw is like a lot of stuff. Circular saw attachment for my drill. Want to see if I can mod it to a chop saw or table saw. I don't know, man. I've got a I've got the handheld saw that I used yesterday. If I can make that track straight through a miter thing, then I would be able to make the cuts. Jeweler's chop saw? I don't know. I don't think so. Well, it wouldn't be garden and outdoor. I love the suggestions are fucking doxing me all the ways that it can. Jeweler's miter saw. I mean, there's the ever-present miter box like this. Never had those really work out for me. Need the power tools. Everybody's talking about table saw. Everybody wants me to do bandsaw, but like, what if that's not 300 millimeters right there? You know? And bandsaws generally make a very rough cut. I mean, a chop saw with a stand, maybe. Scroll saw, as if. As if. And then the miniature chop saws are not worth it. These things are awful. I've never had great luck with them because the work holding area is so cheap. The saw cut's okay, but the work holding area is just terrible. That one looks a little bit more serious, but maybe it's just because the blade looks angrier. I mean, that looks like something that might be able to work for the 10 millimeter maker beam. Oh, but it has just like it has just a DC motor on the back. I don't know. What am I trying to cut? Maker beam. The little 10 by 10 millimeter maker beam extrusion. It's aluminum. But then also, if I get a real chop saw, then I will be able to cut the big aluminum extrusions. So these are 10 by 10 millimeter, but the big ones are 20 by 20, which is a significantly larger amount of material and can't really be handled by, you know, a miniature chop saw. But my little handheld, you know, zip saw, or whatever the hell it's called. Veet Nukem! Hey, thank you for the 13 months. Get the real one. Yeah, I may do that. I may do that. I wanted to mod my little handheld one so that I had like a jig where it would just go straight back and forth. What are those called? No. Oh, circular saw. He starts with a table saw. How do you make $1 million racing? You start with $1 billion. How do you make a jig for your circular saw? You start with a table saw. God fucking damn it. That's not what this is terrible. So I cut stuff on my my battery powered circular saw is a lot smaller than what he's building for, and the tools that I have at my disposal are mostly metal instead of wood. People who have wood tend to make everything like out of 10 million pieces of wood. I think one of the interesting limitations about metal is that it costs more and it's harder to work with, and so it makes you pare down the design significantly. He brought out 2 handheld electric drills. I'm gonna look at Google Images because it makes me less sad. Something akin to this, I guess. So I guess angle iron and blocks can achieve that result as well. And then all I would need is another piece of angle iron that I would cut through in order to make, and I'd have to really like, really make sure that everything is super duper straight and true. I would like to build this soon. I have linear rails. I would rather bolt it down to linear rails, but I may not need them. If you post the Amazon link, take the link down to the basically only the stuff you need. Why are all of these cursed? Wait a minute, they changed their URL layout. Hold on a minute. Like if I click on the product, yeah, okay. Everything after the DP number. So you get DP and then you get an alphanumeric number. Anything after that, delete. And then you can post the Amazon link. That just keeps link spam down. Yeah, go ahead. This is $139 for a DC motor and some decent looking like aluminum. That is a no. That's just a hard no from me, dog. Why are they little lightning bolts machined out of the blade? I think. Yeah, it looks cool, but there's a picture of my grandpa using the saw. Yeah, he loved that. He loved that chop saw, that $130 DC motor powered chop saw. Funny though, the real thing was the mirror image of what I'm seeing here. That's odd. I guess he must have gotten the mirror image one, the one from Bizarro World. You know, the lighting in his shop was always an issue. He had weird lighting in his shop. He had a weird, very specifically shaped spotlight that would shine on just the chop saw. And then he had a diopter that would focus on both objects at once. Yeah, that was my grandpa. He loved his chop saw. Had a handle that was this big around. What's the difference between a miter and a chop? You're asking the wrong person. Maybe people in chat would know. Why is it a dual shaft motor? Why is it weird? There's that guy again. He's helping his kid build stuff. Oh, there is a belt on it. It's just the same thing as all the other ones. It just has a slightly better looking like base thing going on. What's the one that we're linked to here? That's this one. This one is miniature? It looks pretty big. 60 bucks. Not bad. That ain't bad. Of course, I already have the circular saw. So I probably should go with the 2 pieces of angle iron method. By the way, I found one fastener that would work with the rail. I found one. I don't know if I have any others. I don't know where they would be. Miter can pivot to angles, sometimes compound. And a chop is just simply whacks it at a 90 degree. But yeah, I'm looking to cut this stuff, and then I'm looking to cut the 20 millimeter extrusion rails. And I want to have a professional cut in one go. Excuse me, I'm like hiccuping. I want to have a pro cut in one chop. I want it to be a quick chop. I don't mind a little bit of setup ahead of time, but it needs to be fast, and it needs to be one cut per, you know, operation. I don't want to have to put it on the milling machine to try to clean it up like yesterday, because it takes forever. It just takes forever. So, you know, chop it, file it a little bit to break the edge, done. That's what I'm hoping for. This one might fit the bill. I've made more expensive mistakes than $60 too. Are we prime? No, but it does get here pretty quickly. Does it come with a blade? I am guessing by this that it does not come with a blade. What are people saying about it? Can this be used to cut aluminum extrusions? Hello. Very easily with perfect cut. Okay. Well, some information. Better frame mini rigs need cheap way to cut the extrusions. Again, extrusions. A lot of keywords going into this thing. Say the words chop and saw, and the price goes up. Figured I couldn't go too wrong with this one. Cuts like a dream. Only thing needed for perfection would be to drill a hole for a roll pin driven into the knob for the vise. Huh? Yeah, aluminum is very easy. Chop saw's apparently more focused on cutting metal. Huh. Took me a while to get a saw blade, and my local store did not carry the size. Why can't they package the saw blade with it? Well, there we go. There's our answer. Steel rails for closets. New DeWilt blade. Took a long time to cut. You could hear the motor struggle and slow down. All right, this guy doesn't know what he's fucking doing. Just like these fucking monsters that take a saw and they go, and then the saw goes brrr, because the motor's like stalled and they don't allow it to speed up again to get the inertia that it needs to do the cut. I can't believe people can do this and live their daily lives. Hey, Trade Splatter, thank you for subbing for 22 months. Why no burn, please? Yeah. Shove it up your ass. We'll get there. We'll work on burn the subs. All these things are helping me get to burn the subs. But for now, fuck off. Thank you for subbing. Husband found it would not line up right. Poor quality control. He's not confident the saw will at least a reasonable amount of time. Shipping was good. Buyer beware. Only lasted 1 day. Made 10 cuts with it and the motor burned out. And this is why I want to buy like a real chop saw. Just a real one. It's big, cumbersome. I don't know if I'll be able to. I'll have to like make room for it. And it's not going to have a permanent station here. But I'll be able to just make quite a bit of noise and do all the cuts that I need to do perfectly. So. Blah, blah, blah. 5/8 inch arbor-sized Diablo. I don't know. Slow and weak. Well, they just described me. It's just like, I don't know, the people who just like jam the saw into something and stall it, when the motor stalls, it's gonna overheat the windings and stuff, and then you don't get the fan blowing air into it. So of course your motor breaks. And this is the same thing with Dremels, like my friend's using Dremels. A friend of mine's been through several hundred Dremels, and he just attacks things with the wheel, whereas you're supposed to ease the wheel into the cut, right? Yeah, of course it's gonna cut steel slowly, yeah. I didn't put any oil down, and I tried to chop saw steel by punching it as hard as I could, and then it broke. What I was trying to answer is whether or not a blade comes with it, but it seems like people are not too happy with this. It's a little bit cheapy, which, I mean, it's a $60 write a review. I didn't even buy one. Get out of here. 120 volt, 6 inch by Steel Grip. Trigger looks a little cheap, but other than that, I mean, I think this would do the job nicely. I don't know if I trust the work holding. Plus, it has one picture, so I don't know, 60 bucks. I think I'll just go to a hardware store and just see what they have, because then at least I can handle the stuff. Like something like this might be good. Assuming that's like as straight as possible, right? That's the important part, is that it makes it just a very clean, straight, right angle cut. Like even with a wood blade. Oh my God, it's cutting everything. We can't stop it. We tried to put nails on the board, but it just didn't stop it. Ah, it's cutting my pipes. Help. I don't know. Do not know. Well, let's get started. We're doing 3D printing stuff. I think my best bet for the saw stuff is just to go to the store. And this is the alternative solution right here, is getting some of the angle iron that I already have and creating a track. But then I would have to meticulously plan where all the holes are going to make sure that this thing does a straight right angle cut. I don't know if I'm up for that. I don't know if I'm up for that much responsibility. So this is an option, the super DIY option. Look at this guy. Super DIY option. The finger splicer, 3,000. But again, yeah, cutting it freehand like this didn't work out for me. That was a terrible, terrible cut. I mean, my prep time was 0 too, so. And the miniature saws are cheap. These things don't really look like, I mean, the saw sharpeners are not designed to do a straight right angle cut, and they don't have the right work holding stuff at the bottom. They've got a chain holder, not a vise. So, and it looks like they're designed to be like held onto your truck with wood screws. So, boop, boop. And the company themselves use this kind of dealio. I don't know what the hell this is. Look at that work holding. Look at that thing. It's massive. Just to cut their maker beam. So obviously I'm going to DIY it, but man, they are serious when they're doing their business. Must be nice. But anyway, I should be able to come up with something. I mean, you know, Home Depot will have some stuff. If I walk away with something like this, I don't know what. I don't know. I don't know if that'll. Something like this is great for wood if you got like a billion cuts to do, but for the little tiny stuff that I need to cut, I mean, for the beams, they're gonna be larger. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, we're doing this today. Let's get this out of here, and then let's get the music out. Good background music, that RimWorld soundtrack is. What are we doing today? Well, man, I don't know. Just got off the phone with the insulin pump company, and we're going to be getting the previous version of the pods. The not previous version, but the one that didn't come out a month ago, right? And I just got off the phone with the insulin pump company, who they don't need to be involved in this at all, right? They're the people that would, the insulin pump company are the people that would give me a replacement if something went physically wrong with their pump, but I'm going to be using third-party software tools, so I had to dance around it on the phone today. Basically, the guy was saying, well, you got approved for all that stuff. There's a phone that we could send you with a starter kit. I'm like, no. For my purposes, I'd rather go back to the previous generation. He's like, but there's no difference. I'm like, there's a big difference. Don't worry about it. Like the tools that I want to use and the technology that I want to have, I just gotta go back. I bought a new cell phone. It doesn't work with the pump. He's like, yeah, but you could do. No. Just leave it alone. I know what I'm doing. I had to dance around it so weirdly. Yeah, just it's the Ron Swanson. I know more than you. He capitulated very quickly, but it was just interesting to have that conversation. And then the weird part is going to be if something does go wrong with the pump, they might say, well, what does the software say about the error? And then I'd be like, it says there's an error. Oh, what's the error code? I'm not using the same tools that you are. I don't know what the error code is. I have a weird message here. That's going to be weird. That's going to be a weird thing. So I'll have to figure that. I'll have to feel that one out. Yeah, error code L. It's an L error. L for error. Yeah. We're waiting for hardware right now, by the way. I'm waiting for hardware in every aspect of my life, by the way. When the new pumps get here, they're currently going through the whole pharmacy rigmarole. So I'm probably going to get a call from, like, insurance going, why do you need this? And then my doctor has to be like, because he's diabetic. Like, I don't know. And like justify it and get it approved. So I'm still like in the midst of things, but at least the order's in and the prescription's in, and so maybe it'll quickly get approved. It'd be nice if these systems actually worked the way that they should, instead of me having to call people and tell them, did you get that fax? And they go, oh, yes. And then they do something. That's how it works. That's how the supply chain works. So irregardless of what's going on with my insulin pump, people don't know this about me, but like when I say a word like that, like irregardless, I use it because it irritates the hell out of me. I don't actually like talk like that. And then eventually you start talking like that. Anyway, regardless of what's going on with my insulin pump stuff, we are still working on a bunch of projects here. I'm hoping that I can get the steering wheel running for tomorrow, because it wasn't supposed to take 3 streams for me to get the pedals in the right position, but it has. It has, because, well, yeah, it's because I'm being funny. But anyway, it's taken me a little while to get this thing up and running. All I wanted to do was tilt the pedals, lower them, right? So that my feet hit them a little bit more comfortably. So it felt like, you know, I was driving a real car, and I wasn't driving some weird abomination that I built in my shop, you know? So in doing that, we figured out a couple things. We cut one of the rails. We have a certain scheme for attaching the parts, but we don't have countersunk screws. I need screws that look like this. I don't have them. I don't have a huge amount of these things. These are, I believe, this one might be an M8, so it might be the wrong thread size. I need M6s. It might be an M. Actually, this is the type that goes into the steering wheel. There's 2 things that we need to work on today with the wheel. One is preparing for the parts that I'm not going to get until 7 p.m. The second one is I broke a wire on the shifter because I stepped on it. It's over there by the window, and I just misstepped, and it broke a wire. So we got to do a little bit of a repair to that. I can't really move the electronics inside of the shifter, but maybe we can take a look to see whether or not we can get a cabinet hinge in there. A cabinet detent in there, so that reverse has to be clicked into instead of just straight into, because that'll make things 1,000% more intuitive for me. So yeah, we're waiting on bolts. We can do a little bit of the machining that I need to do for the bolts, because when those get here, I'm going to have to cut the countersink, and then we can put everything together. And then I'm thinking, okay, I just dropped that. I'm thinking that maybe we push the bottom of that rail, the bent rail for tilting it. We just push it with a bolt from the other side, and that way it's adjustable. It doesn't need to be permanently adjustable though. So just putting spacers might be the better way to go. I'll have to figure that one out when we actually have hardware, because without the hardware, we're going nowhere. The other thing that I want to do, and I'd like to get this going like now, because it's actually working on Burn the Subs, is this little thing from the 3D printer section of the Discord. This is from Cyanocat, and they posted this little tutorial on how to get glass clear prints from your translucent PETG. I'm liking a lot of the stuff in here. You slow it down, you lower the layer height, you remove the particular patterning, and then basically there's just a lot of stuff. There's a lot of weird stuff that you need to set. A lot of this retraction speed and stuff I will keep where it is, but the layers are basically very small. The speed is very low, and the infill is all in the same direction, and there's no cooling, which sounds a lot like my setup, only slow. So I think we can get some of these settings in here, and I can try to print the laser shroud, and we can see what it looks like with these settings. If we can get a glassy clear surface out of it with very small layers, and then maybe I can just brush it with the methyl alpha ketone. Just brush it very lightly with the MEK, and it'll seal the layers, seal up between the layers, and we'll have a watertight thing. That's the thought. It's going to take a little bit for us to figure that out. Let me boot up Fusion so we can get the 3D model, and then we'll take a look. We'll see if we can do this. I'll have to spin off a new settings file for the for Super Slicer, because I think it gets into stuff that's not filament dependent. Oh my God! Hold on. Make sure that it's actually closed. This computer went through an update, so I don't think it's open. Yeah, it's not open. Come on, Fusion. Shut down. All right. So I just need to get my STL file out of Fusion, and then we'll look at Super Slicer and putting in some of these settings, and then I can get my 3D printer started on it. I don't think the 3D printer's on right now. I'll have to go turn it on. Oh, the filament setting can override the... Yeah, that might be worth it. All right, I need to switch it up. I need, like, auto-moving windows. Is there really? Oh, dear God, you fucking asshole. I just updated this thing. I gotta update it again. Drag this out a little bit. What's up, Groovy? Oh, wait, that goes over a little bit. Hold on. This is interesting stuff, even if I have no clue of what's happening. I get that a lot. I try to keep you guys up to speed with what I'm doing. Nothing's too complicated, especially today. There you go. There's this black bar on the bottom that I just can't get rid of. There you go. All right. Fusion 360 is updating right now. Luckily, it's a small one, but it still means I'm going to restart after this. This will be the update that finally locks me out of Fusion 360, right? Why is my glucose level fucking with me today? The new bottles are like a... What? What's up with the new bottles? Where's my browser window? Is it an actual bag? Or are you just making... They're super thin. They've all... Yeah, a lot of water bottles are like that now, where they're super duper crunchable. Yeah, we're gonna aim for a nice solid piece of plastic looking kind of thing. We'll see how that does, because I've got the clear filaments to make it work. We'll use the smoked and just see what it looks like. Fusion's gonna want to restart, dude. And I'll let it restart. I got a copy of Super Slicer on this computer. It's got some settings in it, and we'll see how it does. Everything else on the printer and Super Slicer should be completely set up, so. This is so time consuming, and I just want an STL. I just want my STL. Come on, bucko. Let's go. So we're gonna get this all configured up and ready to go, but because of the speed settings and the layer settings, it's gonna take a long time. I am anticipating a 4-hour print, but we'll have to see what it says. And then we'll work on other stuff in the meantime. I got a lot of other stuff to look at, so. Where are we? Burn Subs 3. And we're looking at the laser jacket, which is somewhere in here. I think it's actually, is it part of the main body? Or did I make it independently? It's part of the main body, so I gotta load this whole thing. Part of the main body. It doesn't have its own file. I found a water bottle in my storage stuff. I did not taste it. I did not taste the water from the forbidden water bottle. It was at least 6.5 years old, which is probably would taste like pure plastic. So this is the water jacket. It's just a very simple kind of thing. I'm not totally confident that the chrome won't rust eventually, but if we can get a glassy, clear, thin print on this thing, then that'll be most of the way towards the water seal that I would like to achieve. I can either brush it with MEK, put it in a jar with some of it, or, yeah, whatever. Should have brewed it for some tea. Some hot tea on a 90-degree day. Once again, I have no sympathy for the Brits, because apparently the very limited sampling of Brits and Euro people that we have here are completely in opposition to having their tea in any other fashion than steaming hot, which makes absolutely no fucking sense to me. If maybe they would capitulate a little bit on the whole sort of environmental heat disaster that they're dealing with and maybe, just maybe, instead of just being stubborn, put an ice cube in the tea. Maybe it would be a little bit more survivable, but they don't and won't and didn't, and so I have zero sympathy. I've lost all of my sense of sympathy. But again, that was just the sampling of people that we have here. Yeah, I'm drinking iced tea right now. Oh wait, no, we're not going in here. We're going to nature will adapt to us. My hot stomach full of tea will get me through this heat wave. I'm gonna and then you guys had the audacity, the sheer audacity to say taking a hot shower would cool you off with your hot tea. No wonder you people are dying in fucking droves. All right, so this is the one. So save as mesh. I mean, there's also the fact that you're not gonna get you're not exactly gonna be getting cool water when you take the shower. I need to actually hold on. I need to go to this. I need to clean this up a little bit. Yeah, it's like a death wish. I don't understand. Do it for the queen. All right, let's see here. So we're gonna do, oh no, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted at all. I mean, I do iced coffee in the middle of the winter. I'm not one to talk. I'm always cooling I need to be air conditioned almost constantly. Temp prints on the desktop. Right there. Look at all this stuff that I don't need. Dun, dun, dun. Gone. I have some redesigns on the parts and stuff for the computer, and that'll give us different prints, different STL files. Okay, so yeah, now we can save the cooler. Save as mesh. Okay. Temperance, go. I don't change any settings at all. It just always makes a very high quality file. So now I got it in there. Also featuring my desktop would be Super Slicer, which actually there's a new version, but we're just gonna run this for now. Take a look at Super Slicer over here. I'm gonna go over to this folder. Hello? Folder? I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go to temp prints. I'm just gonna put that to the side. I'll get to that later. I'll keep it out of my production windows. And then we gotta follow a tutorial. Yeah, new version is available. I'll have to do that at some point, but for right now, I've got my printer loaded up into this thing, the CR Tenenstein, because it's not exactly a CR10 anymore, right? not entirely. When it's hot, you should drink fluid that's the same temperature as your body, so you won't use energy cooling or warming the fluid. What? No, you want to cool your blood off. You want cold stuff. You know, we're not trying to survive in the desert here. We're trying to not get heat stroke. You know? Trying to not get heat stroke. The energy expenditure is nothing. Everybody has food available to them in these countries. They're not trying to survive. Try to keep your blood cool. Keep your brain functioning right. All right, solid layers, bottom, top. So yeah, we've got all our settings here. Now, filament settings, we have filament overrides. So what I can do is I can make a new filament. And I guess that new filament will be the clear stuff. Now, what are my temperature settings right now on this? The temperature settings are always in flux with this stuff. 40-degree overhang, 0, raft layers, blah, 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 XY separation, 50% from filament, 0.2. This is, well, we're not going to be messing with support, but I need like a unified location for all of my settings because I use 2 computers to do this. I'm just trying to survive out here. Every single day, it's a struggle. Yeah, these are all loaded, so those should all be okay. 3D honeycomb and all that crap. Drinking ice-cold stuff on a hot day makes you even more hot. What are these takes? What is going on right now? What's up with you guys? Hot, drink, cold day. Drinking a hot drink can cause you to sweat, and when that sweat evaporates, you'll actually cool off, not warm up. Okay, so here's why that's fucking stupid. You guys are dumb. Chat, you're dumb. You're really dumb. You're really super dumb. Listen, hot drink on a cold day. If we all lived in an acrid lake bed, or what do you call it, a playa surface, where water evaporates immediately, that would be great. But you guys are fucking dumb, because right now, the reason that this heat is so dangerous is that it's extremely humid. So sweating isn't going to help you. And I've been in this situation before in Maryland. I was in Maryland, no breeze at all, 700% humidity, hot. I'm working outside. And I got to the point where I felt just a headache. Just a big headache. Hot on a cold day works, cold on a hot day doesn't. Shut up, you're dumb. Listen, so sweating, drinking water. Felt like I had a fever. Couldn't think straight. Was extremely tired in spite of getting sleep. I had low electrolytes. So make sure you're having a little bit of salt, right? But anyway, the point is that I've been in heat like this before where you cannot cool off. You can sweat all you want. You need, remember, drink. No, shut the fuck up. It's not need, remember, drink. What I'm talking about was electrolytes in that situation. You can sweat all you want, and all you're doing is losing salt. So that's where the Gatorade comes into effect. Min-maxing the amount of energy in your body is also not a concern. We're talking about extremely humid conditions in society. I'm going to have my Joker moment. We live in a society where energy is not a concern. You're not concerned about, you can go get a donut. Well, a lot of these people don't have AC. A lot of these people don't have access to AC. So once again, out of like 5 comments, 4 of them have been just drilled to the brain dumb. Fucking wise up, chat. What's wrong with you? Oh my God, these people are just mouth breathing all over my stream. Anyway, listen, so here's the deal. Get cool liquids, salty cool liquids, or salty snacks or something, right? The cold water, cold liquid is gonna make you feel better. You want to lower the temperature of your blood a little bit so your brain can function a little better. Energy min-maxing is for people in survivalist situations, and that's not what we're doing here. But another thing to be primarily concerned with is making sure that you get the salts. Make sure you get the salts. Spicy snacks are not going to help. Spicy snacks might make you concentrate on how fucked up your mouth is, which does give you a little bit of relief from thinking about how hot you are at the moment. But like, again, spicy snacks are for non-humid conditions where it'll cause you to sweat. Maybe you can have enough spicy snacks that you start hallucinating. I don't know. Maybe then you get a little bit of an out-of-body experience. Make sure you get salt and liquid. And cool liquid is totally fine. Everybody comes into a science and technology stream wanting to be the smartest chat member, and they wanna come up with that oh, did you know that it's actually not what you think and it's the other thing? No, shut up. We're talking about like a major heat wave with lots of humidity. Nobody has AC. Nobody's buying AC for like 7 days of the year in these countries, right? They're not doing that. Get a fan. Fan will help cool off some of the liquid that you're trying to sweat out, but salt and liquid, those are going to help you. So anyway, yeah, chat's like heating up their water because they think it's going to save them. They're fucking dying. Like, don't do that. Hot tea is not going to help you. You're not in a situation where if you start sweating, it's going to evaporate because it's extremely, yeah. What's great is my migraines usually have the exact same symptoms as that. Oh man, so you're like Gatorade or like an extreme amount of pain medication. Which one do I go with? But yeah, I've had heat stroke before several times, and it's just you get this mental fog, and not even a fog. Fog is calm. Your brain just doesn't do stuff right when you start getting heat stroke, and you end up thinking you have like a fever and stuff. But basically, you'll be sweating a lot in this heat, those of you without AC. Sitting in front of a fan helps. It definitely feels weird after a little while, but cool liquid, don't fuck. can't believe I have to say this. Don't think that drinking hot liquid is going to help you, because all that's going to do is open pores and encourage sweating that's not going to be effective in cooling you off. Get into an airflow. That's the only thing I can really suggest, right? I delivered mail in an aluminum truck in Texas for 34 years. Holy shit, feet nuke. 125 degree surfaces radiating it all around me. Yeah, when you put your arm in the window and it's like, oh good, I have a burn now. Texas is outright. That place is insane. That's the surface of the sun. Used a chiller running ice water in a seat pan. My heart distributed the cool off blood in my ass. Yeah, so one thing you can do, what we did for people who had to wear fire suits in the cheap car races that I've done, instead of spending hundreds of dollars on a cool suit, we took a cooler, drilled some holes in it, put an aquarium pump in there with ice and water, and then we ran medical hose to some quick connects, and then the medical hose was sewn on the surface of long underwear for a shirt and a pair of skivvies. So you zigzag it in a very large, lazy fashion all around the long underwear. I had a turkey sandwich, and it's like trying to get out. Yeah, but you can basically make a cool suit. You just put like medical hose on long underwear, and it works really well. It doesn't need to. It can be really crappy, and it works extremely well. Just dump a block of ice, of bagged ice into the cooler with the aquarium pump. Maybe if you really want to freeze your ass off, drop some salt in there too, because that'll melt the ice at a lower temperature. It'll keep the water at a lower temperature before it melts. Crazy. You don't necessarily want to do that, and it does a lot of good work. It does a lot of good stuff. But yeah, I'm not suggesting that people make a cool suit for this heat wave. That's silly. That's going way over the top. Just get a big fan. Get a towel, wet the towel, put it on your face. That kind of stuff. But I don't think anybody in chat's really in danger of heat stroke. I just have to fight back against people coming in here and being like, well, actually, you should be drinking a hot drink because that'll cool you off. No, it won't. It won't. It's too humid for that. You guys are dumb. All right. So what we have here is Super Slicer, and we have a Google result that's forever going to be cursed, and we have a printables instruction. Well, that's why I said get in front of a fan. That's the main thing. But if you're relying on sweat to cool you off with like a fan, it's not a good idea because you're going to be losing salt. Yeah, in spite of the humidity, if you get into an airflow, that'll help. Other than that, if sweat's not effective, cold shower, cold drinks. You want to lower the temperatures. You do not. I don't know why everybody is saying that you should. Yeah, you should go out. You drink hot tea. If that's the type of logic that you guys are applying to everything, you guys are dead. You're all dead. I don't know why this is the second day in a row that I've gone down this rant, but chat seems to be insistent on these avant-garde solutions. They wanna go left instead of right or whatever. So move up north. Yeah, that's the other one. You guys are already fairly far north. Like my latitude meets up with Spain. So my weather is Spanish in terms of equator proximity. There we go. That's the word I was looking for. Hot drink do not cool you down. Yeah. Well, okay, if you're in a dry climate, it might. If you're in a dry climate, it might. Latitudes are the vertical ones. I'm not vertically coupled with Spain. What are you talking about? Longitude. They go long. They're all around the planet. This is okay. There was a Monty Python sketch, and I think it was an audio only sketch, and it was the guy. No, you know what? It is latitude the flat one? No, longitude is the flat one. I guess I'm wrong about that. Hold on. Which ones are the lats? Which ones are the longs? This didn't help me. This image did not help me. Oh, they are the lats. Huh. Why are the longs? I thought the longs were the ones that were long because they went all the way around the planet. All right, whatever. Fuck it. Yeah, so I share latitude. Anyway, at a certain point with Twitch chat, it feels much like the Monty Python sketch with a man who disagrees with everything. I'm here with a man who disagrees with everything. No, I don't. Yes, you do. Anyway. Yeah, long is pole to pole. That's counterintuitive. I thought it would be longer to go all the way around. Oh, well. Ah, well. All right, so we don't have the same filament, but we do have Polymaker translucent. And I'm hoping to get good results with it, because if I get glass clear results with this, I might want to reprint some of the parts of the computer in red using this extremely time-consuming method. Then again, I have all the time in the world, right? I can just wait for these beautiful prints to come out. Yeah, that's how I was thinking about that when I was talking about it, Foldster. Basically, the ones that are closer to the poles are not as long, so longitudes are always the same length. I should try to work that into my mental mnemonic. I'm going to give another 10 carbs worth of insulin, and hopefully that'll pop me down with this chart that I have in front of my fucking face. My glucose levels have sucked since I got this online fucking thing that you guys can see in front of me right now. It's like as soon as I get an external observation of my glucose levels, everything goes to hell. I'll get it under control. I'm gonna have to eat a lot less when these Omnipods get here. All right, so we're using filament overrides, and we're gonna follow the stuff that they want us to do. The settings for the printer are, of course, gonna stay just about the same, but let's take a look at filament overrides. Here, let me try to... I'm going to block chat if I do it like that, so I got to put this like all the way over here. Okay. Filament overrides. Do we want to do filament overrides? So I need to save this as like a new Polymaker super clear. So we're going to be using Polymaker, and I'm going to make it super duper clear. This isn't as extensive. Might have to make an entire set of settings for this. So my extrusion multiplier, I'm keeping the same. Density, blah, 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 cost. Extruder, 275, 275. That's a... So PETG is particular in that the more temperature that I give it, the clearer it is. So I'm going to keep it at 275 for now, because I haven't even gotten close to scorching any of my filament. 275 is a fairly melty print when it comes to some of the dimensional stuff. But our layer is a lot smaller. Our layer is 0.1 millimeters. So our speed is very slow too. I'm going to go to 270. I'm going to take it down 5 degrees because our speed is incredibly slow. If our temperature is high, our speed is slow, and our layer is minuscule, I don't know. We'll have to see. So, what do we have for overrides here? Length, lift Z, retraction speed. We don't need that. Minimum travel after retraction, layer change, seam gap, wipe, extra wipe. I don't know about you, chat, but I extra wipe. I don't think overrides are really going to help me here, unless Fat was talking about something else. Let me scroll up to his comment. I often like peruse the comment, and then I don't get the detail, the one little detail. In Super Slicer, you can have your filament override settings in the printer config. So filament override settings in the printer config. It doesn't have, okay. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't, because you'll get mad at me because I'll be looking at the wrong thing. So I'm gonna have to save another printer, another entire printer, and call it super clear. Do you wipe while retracting? That's a fairly personal question, and I'm not comfortable sharing it with you. Well, printer in general is the hardware, so we don't need to worry about that. It's the print settings. So this print is CR Tenenstein, and actually it shouldn't be 0.3 millimeter. Can I rename it? I don't know if I can. Well, let's delete it. Yes, I would like to delete it. And then I'd like to save this one as 0.1 super clear. Because there's going to be a lot of settings that we need to change. All right, let's see. This is a rhetorical question. Oh my God. There was motion. I wonder if that means that my package was delivered. And suddenly I have a new voicemail from the insulin pump company. Wait a minute.
Hi, James. This is Robin calling from Omnipod. I left you a voicemail a few weeks ago just to follow up on our conversation from back in May. I know you got confirmation that CVS Caremark.
Oh, no, don't call them. No, that was the wrong button. I meant for the garbage can. Delete. Okay, I spoke to somebody there. They didn't know if I got my pump supplies or not, so. All right, let me get more iced tea. I need fuel. All these hydro homies are gonna start dying because of this heat wave, because they're insistent on only drinking water. I'm gonna need to get them a salt lick. None of these kids these days have electrolytes. They're what's needed. Plants crave them. All right, so our settings. This is for everyone not using. Oh, he's using Simplify. Weird. Extrusion. His extrusion is 1.01. Mine's like 0.94 or something like that. I'm not too crazy about the extrusion multiplier setting. 1 can of soda for all the salt you need, possibly, yeah. Well, the thing is, like, depends on how much you're sweating. 1 Gatorade a day will do you. You know, the sports drinks are pretty well loaded with that kind of stuff. So mine's 9.4, there's 1.01. A nice hot Ovaltine, yeah. No, listen, I mean 1 Gatorade per day in terms of salt. You should be having other liquids, especially in this heat. Because, like, okay, even though I said sweating is completely ineffective at cooling you down, your body is desperately asking you to replenish those fluids. So, yeah, we got to min-max the amount of energy in our body. So I heat it to exact body temperature, and then extrusion width is 0.5 millimeter. That's not on this page. So that would be print settings. I don't perimeters. Overlap 30. Infill must not alternate each layer. Every layer must be laid down in the same direction. Let's do one setting at a time though. So we're looking at whatever's after extrusion multiply. So extrusion width is 0.5 millimeter in their setup. Where is that setting? So base layer height is 0.1. First layer height, same height. Internal resolution, don't know. Slice gap closing radius. See, this is laid out for a different thing, so maybe I just need to go through all of the individual settings and just make sure. Round vertical holes to poly holes. multiple layers, XY compensation, I don't have to worry about. First layer compensation. First layer would be grown, shrunk in the XY plane. Yeah, we do need that for PETG. PETG shrinks a little bit. Not a lot, but if you have those compensation, the elephant foot compensation is kind of important when you're printing hot. Infill. Infill. 100. Yes. Now they're talking about having it be always the same direction. I don't know if any of those are solid, rectilinear, filled. Fill pattern for solid internal infill only affects the solid, not visible layers. You should use rectilinear in most cases. And try ironing for translucent material. Rectilinear filled displays zigzag patterns by a single big line and is more efficient for filling little spaces. So I need it to not zigzag. Connected infill types. Rectilinear. Monotonic. You can try ironing or translucent material for fill places zigzag pattern by single big line. Sorry, rectilinear replaces zigzag patterns by a single big line and is more efficient. What is the, they didn't even give me like a, what is the difference between monotonic and bottom fill patterns, monotonic, monotonic, monotonic. I don't even know what that word means. Okay, hold on, I'm gonna Google it. Monotonic. They didn't even explain it. Like the other one was fine, but then monotonic. Here's an example. I don't, huh? Okay. Does that just mean it goes in the same direction? I may be late, but monotonic is something. Wow, that looks nice. Nope. Monotonic where all the top layers go in the same direction, so they look pretty. What you just said you were thinking of trying this method. What do you mean it worked fine? Sodium, calcium, phosphorus, magnesium, oops, and potassium. Each electrolyte has its own concentration in the blood that's considered normal. Okay, all right. Well, the top layers go in the same direction, so they look good. That's not necessarily what we need out of this. We're wondering about the infill. If the infill is monotonic, then they all go in the same direction and it looks good. Oh, I see. You're looking in the sliced preview. I'm going to keep monotono on this thing. We'll try that. And then, all right, so we're still getting there. They have a particular retraction speed. Theirs is 30. That's not even related to this. Where the hell? It's filament settings, right? Extruder, filament type, PET, blah, blah, blah. Polymaker super clear, yeah. And then extrusion, blah, 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 blah. Extruder, filament type, shrinkage, max speed, cooling, no. Multi-material, overrides, custom G-code. Okay, so it's all in print settings. So perimeters and shells, I didn't see anything about that yet. Speed. Perimeter, external. This one is retraction in here, first of all. We're going setting by setting, so I'm trying to go down the list and not get too distracted. Perimeter infill, support material. I forget where the setting is. Loops. Not in support. Is it a blah 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 blah? Travel, small perimeter, bridge, travel, max print speed. Nope. And it's not a filament setting, right? Cooling, filament, chamber, soluble, max line overgap. So many boxes. Yeah, we got a lot of settings that we got to look at here. We're not doing tool changes. We're not doing overrides. Print settings, perimeters and shells. We're in the sort of advanced settings. So of course there's going to be a lot of stuff that we can control here. What the hell was that? Is it in printer settings? Now, extruder 1, 0.4 millimeters, height limits, retraction it is. So I've got 2 millimeters. Their retraction distance is 3. I'm gonna actually give it 2.5 because I've had a little bit of stringing lately. So I'm gonna give it a 0.5 millimeter. Lift Z. Do. 20, outline speed 50, solid 30, support structure, underspeed 80. Ay. Print instructions, category, 3D printing. Got it. All right, let's see. 265. See, I print a little hotter than that, but not by much. I'm not a weirdo. 265 is a very common temperature that I print at. See, you see? Do you see, chat? I'm not a weirdo. Everybody's always, you need more cooling, you need to lower the temperature. No, I refuse. 3 millimeter, 30 coasting distance, wipe distance. All right, so why so hot? Because we're printing PETG, first of all, which is a toasty filament. We're not using cooling. We're trying to retain that heat because it makes it clear. But I'm not a weirdo. You guys just like you're not open to stuff. All right, retraction speed for them is, what is their retraction speed? Theirs is 30. I'm gonna keep 60 though. I'm gonna keep 60 because you wanna break that filament when you retract. You wanna make sure that it doesn't string. Let's see. They've got retraction, coasting, and wiping. Let's see. Coasting and wiping. God, that one was really loud. Coasting and wiping. That's like a Saturday night for me. Me dumb. I want to get this done quickly, but it's taking forever. Coasting and wiping. I guess I could use the search, but it's weird that I had to set that all the way in the machine limits. But all I set here was the retraction length, so that's an overall machine thing, and I'm okay with that. So coasting and wiping. Bridge, gap fill, one loop, round corners. Solid layers, shell thickness. We'll get to this stuff. Slicing. Now, skirt and brim, support, speed. No? I don't know if we have a coast and wipe setting that we can do. Parts, blah, blah. We don't worry about that stuff. It wouldn't be a filament setting either. Filament's very limited. Max speed, volumetric speeds. It's not machine limits. Oh, here we go. Wipe while retracting, yes. Wipe speed. I don't have specified. Retract amount. Don't see. Extra wipe for external, nothing. That's in the print settings. I'm just talking about printer settings. There's no like wipe distance. That's weird. Retraction distance is 3. This one says 2. I think we're okay with that though. I don't know why all the wipe settings are so important, but we don't have like a coasting and a wipe distance. Oh great, just as my insulin kicks in, I've over-injected. I bet you I'm in for a crash. Okay, layer height 0.1, top solid layers. So now we're in print settings. Now we're in the meat and potatoes. Perimeter shells 2. Solid, this is horizontal shells. Top solid layers 0, bottom 0. Okay. Weird. Interior fill percentage 100. Outline overlap 35. Outline overlap. Perimeters. Overlapping external perimeter. Thin walls. Is that what we want? Min width 50, overlap 50, emerging perimeters. So they turn that to 30, but I don't think that's right. I don't think that's the right one. Outline overlap is what I'm looking for. It's part of infill. Solid infill, solid threshold, angle, anchor. Only retract when crossing perimeters. Infill board perimeters. Ironing. So one of the things they suggest for more clear prints is ironing, but we're not going to do that. We're going to try these settings. Ironing post-process. I would like to play with that at some point, but let's see. Yeah, I don't see where I'm doing. That's width, extra perimeters, vertical shell thickness. Avoid crossing perimeters. Overlapping external perimeter is just a yes, no. And then thin walls is when we get overlap. Anything that mentions overlap. They said 35. Infill extrusion width is 103. Infill extrusion width? Direction, threshold for overhangs. I don't get anything about extrusion width. Resolution, gap closing radius, compensations, clipping parts, infill, monotonic connected. It's in width and flow. Oh, all the way down here. Oh, these are the scary ones. Ah, here we go. Yes, thank you. So default external and then gap fill. I got 3 of them. This would be outline. So infill, perimeter encroachment, flow ratio, blah, 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 blah. External percent of perimeter overlap. 35. I don't like changing these things. Infill extrusion width. Top fill, first layer, bridge and above bridges, but then nothing. I can't 103% it. The infill perimeter encroachment, this is flow ratio, cutting corners. Above? It's up here? Oh, extrusion width. Oh, Jesus Christ, my brain. Okay, maybe I have heat stroke. So yeah, infill, 105. They have 103. I don't know if I want to change that. It's such a small change. All right, I'll do it. Interior fill percentage. Interior fill percentage. I think that was part of the like enforce things. Spacing, width and spacing, first layer. Perimeter, external perimeter, top infill, skirt. Skirt. Okay, infill angle offset we have. Temperatures, we got no cooling. Speed. I am speed. It's again print settings. Speed. For speed settings, I got a whole bunch of stuff here. 20 a second, outline 50, support XY. Okay. Those settings are for Simplify 3D. Jesus, what's familiar to you? Questions asked, I'd be glad to help. All right. Default printing speed, 20. So if I set this to 20 and it's the maximum, I don't know if I need to do it like that or if I need to do... First layer speed is already 20. Outline under speed is okay. Travel speed. That's acceleration control. That's dangerous. I don't want to touch that. Perimeter speed. So they set it to 20. Outline under speed is 50%. That would be perimeter speed, though. So external will be 50. And then infill would be the default 20 with... Oh, how can I not? Why can't I edit that? Because they've got... Oh, geez. So their settings say solid infill underspeed is 30%. So 30% of 20. I do consulting work. I don't know why everybody wants to know, like, get into my personal job life, because it's embarrassing and I don't really want to talk about it. And I generally it's coming from a good place, but it's just kind of like, I don't know. I don't have a good story. I don't know how to tell you to get to where I am, you know? Because it's not something that people should try to do. To be honest. I've held positions in the workforce for a long time, and I just had a couple slip-ups that netted me the time and the inclination to stream. I don't know why they're giving it support structure under speed, because there's no... well, actually, no, there is support structure potentially on this thing. Yeah, this is weird. So support speed... I guess, am I calculating 30% of 20? Because it seems like it's not letting me... Solid infill is 80%. I don't know how to unlock this setting. It's not letting me set it. That just locks the locked setting. I can unlock the locked set. Hello? Can I unlock it? I can't even unlock it. It's not even letting me do it anymore. Oh, I can just revert it. How do I do it? How do I shut this? Huh. 20 with 50% on external. Internal's 20 millimeters a second. Infill. Oh, that's if it's sparse? I guess internal... Well, that's an internal perimeter, not an external. Internal, external perimeter. Support material. I'm just going to have to calculate it, I guess, and put a solid number in there. First layer speed, small perimeter speed. I think I'm just going to have to put a solid number in there. It's just weird that it's locked. What about infill? 100%. Dense layer, combine infill, Solid infill every layer. Yeah, that's weird. Post ironing, etc. Perimeters and shell. Enforce 100% infill. I guess that's if I had... Oh, top and bottom layers? Huh. Okay. All right. All right. What's 30% of 20? So calculator. We got 20 times 0.3. 6. Infill speed. 6. I guess. I hope that's right. I'm kind of making a bunch of assumptions right there. Outlet, external perimeter speed, 50% of 20, so that's 10. Wait a minute. Yeah, 30%, 6. Support structure under speed, 80%. Support structure. Default. 80% of 20. I'm really gonna do it. Can I not do that in my head? Times 0.8. Of course, it's 16. I knew that ahead of time. I knew that ahead of time. I already knew that. I already knew that. If I can slow down the interface layer on the support structure, maybe I can get it to not stick as hard. I should play with that. I gotta remember to play with that. Bridges, I have no idea. There's just no helping bridges. I'm not even gonna bother. Some of the settings for simply pattern printing category 3D tags, blah blah blah. Actually, there might be a well, the default is 20. I'm gonna set it down to default then, because there are gonna be areas that it's gonna need to bridge, which is gonna be bad. Yeah, and then overhangs are even slower. This is going to be a slow print. This is going to be a slow print. Small perimeter speed, 20. Default is 20. Get with the program. All right. So aside from some of the stuff that was locked away, those should be all the settings that we need in order to achieve the ultimate super clear print. And we'll have to see what we need to tweak along the way. But now I can go back to here, and we can see how brutally slow this thing is going to be. We'll just grab this file, drag and drop, bada bing. This is going to print without support structure. Since there's no way for me to support from the build plate on that, and it's very difficult to get internal supports out of this thing. So I angled the walls, because we have the option to do that. But there's still, like, some spots where it's going to be kind of difficult for the filament to bite. I'll just have to see what we get there. So none, 100% infill, super clear, and then we are on the Clipper CR10S. Slice it. Oh dear God. That is so many layers. 4 hours and 55 minutes. I was almost correct. I'm a little concerned about how these are going to print. That might not be too attractive. And it looks like it still did stuff for the top layer. Yeah, it's still alternating back and forth. Let's see what rectilinear does. Rectum linear. It's supposed to go the same direction every layer. Disable cross-hatching. Oh, here we go. Yeah, let's take a look. I don't have a solution. Well, thanks for posting. No way to do this. No way to do this. 100% infill. Something similar to nature. What? Hold on. I got to move this over a little bit. Increase the number of vertical shell perimeters to a large number. By doing this, you will not get a completely crosshatch infill, but rather a letter-like infill. Oh, that's weird. Hey, Jippercorn. Thank you for subbing with Prime for 28 months. Holy crap, that's a lot of months. Thank you very much. Aligned rectilinear. Aligned rectilinear is what we want. It's like, God damn it, forums. All right, printer settings, infill. Uh-huh. That doesn't exist. Perfect. That's great. I'm so happy. Scattered rectilinear is the only other one we have. What is that even going to do? I wonder. Let's see. Oh, no, it doesn't let me do it. Yeah, because I don't have 100% infill only allows certain ones. Grid, triangle, stars, line infill. Doesn't allow it with 100. Monotonic is the only other one that it allows. Infill line to internal perimeter, short segment of additional perimeter. Close infill lines, short perimeter segment. No such perimeter segment, short line, blah, blah, blah. That's a weird one. So the only other way to do it is to have it throw the perimeters into one another. And that's going to create kind of a weird surface out of everything. Ah, it's weird that it doesn't have that. Solid infill, sparse, 100%, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, that's annoying, huh? Triangle, stars, cubic, line, concentric, honeycomb, 3D honeycomb, gyroid, Hilbert, Archimedes, octagram, scattered, adaptive, and support cubic. So the other way would be to go concentric and then have it make tons and tons of perimeters of this. What happens if we do this? Hold on, let me just take a look. I just want to look. Yeah, that's concentric. But then it's going to be... Well, those are aligned. Those are aligned layers. That might almost achieve what we're looking for, except that the gaps are going to be... You know, like there's a gap in the center there. Those are going to be bad. That's where it won't be optically clear. Very difficult to do an optically clear print on this printer, huh? On this software. Man, you know, like, I just wanted to have it go in the same direction. So the link is saying, what happened to the link? Did I close that? I'll open it up again. Yeah, it's not a great workaround, huh? Disable crotch hash. Blah, blah, blah. Hold on, I gotta get back with chat. There we go. Disable cross hatching when using 100%. And it's like, nah. And then, only way I found to do something similar, of a similar nature, increase the number of vertical shell perimeters. Vertical shell perimeters. So that would be vertical shell perimeters to like something absurd. Oh wait, we didn't change the pattern. Hold on. Although there shouldn't be infill, but it should be rectilinear. And then vertical shells, 200. Do this, and then slice it again. Now we've got. Well, it didn't do it on the top layer, but it did it on these layers. Is that it went? Oh yeah, that's in lock. That's actually. I mean, it's not going to be great, but it's basically the same thing we did with the concentric. Only this is actually filling the gaps. It actually has gap fill in effect, which is good, because these are going to be a little weird. Like, okay, so what we're talking about is like the best way that we can make this completely optically clear is if the printer does the same thing on every layer, and so it fills in that space really, really well. Like it's filling in the space well up here. You can see by the preview, the virtual recreation of what the filament is going to do. But like when it has to do these corners right here that are created by the geometries of the shape, then there's going to be a little gap there, and so you have a little air bubble there, and it won't quite look right. And it does it again and again and again and again, and so we're going to have these like vertical, weird-looking, sort of not clear pieces. In addition to that, it also has sort of a weird gap fill in the middle. So those are all going to cause sort of disruptions of what the print might look like if it was clear. Now, one way to get out of this is possibly to use the process by which we bake the print. And so all of that stuff fills in. Now, in those little gaps, of course, there's still going to be bubbles. Like there's going to be air in there, but you know, we might have gotten away with it a little bit. But I don't know. I guess we'll just try this with one of the clear filaments. Well, let me load up translucent in there. So let me pop open Octoprint. I'm going to start up the printer. One sec. I don't have a camera on it right now, and I'm not willing to do that, but what time is it? Man, 8 up the afternoon looking at this. That thing with my address on it. My bed is covered in like dust. What is that? So I need to heat up the printer to 265 or 260, and then I need to do a filament change. Now that it's on, I need to reconnect the printer. So I got to go to Clipper and then hit restart firmware and then check to see that the screen turned on. There it goes. The next thing I need to do, since it's been off for a little bit, is I need to make sure that the BL touch goes down. So I need to test. I don't hear anything. Hit reset. Down. There it goes. I just heard it go down. Back up. Test. Click, 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 click. Reset it. We're good to go. Cool. So now I need to hit 260 on the tool. Then I can do the filament change, and I'll extrude what I can and maybe clean the nozzle off a little bit. Ironing might be the only way to get around this. Ironing is when the nozzle comes back in and just traces over the print, and that'll smooth out everything. But ironing on PETG sounds like it sounds like you're giving the printer a blank check to roll your print into a ball of plastic. I have a copper nozzle on there, which supposedly doesn't stick to PETG as well, although I think it is covered in PETG right now. So, I don't know. Playing with ironing every layer might be a way to also test this. Because yeah, we're not going to be able to achieve what that other person was able to achieve just because of the way the printer works, the way Super Slicer works. Yeah, my timing guess is pretty close. I used to be really good at guessing how much car repairs would cost. My friend with a BMW. A friend of mine had a BMW of the series that I have right now, and he would always be like, "Yeah, I don't know, the engine like gets really hot," and I'm like, it's going to be like $1,525, and I'd get it within like $30. Would you consider in the near future a custom make a bigger 3D printer? I don't really need big parts. I don't do a lot of big printing. If this stuff turns out really well, you know, this super glassy printing, which I don't think it will. I don't think we're going to get the same results as we saw on the thing. I don't know if it works super duper well, maybe I'll consider it. But yeah, I've been around the shop too much. I don't know why. It was just like I'd arbitrarily pick a number out of my head and then add like $1,000 to it, and it would be correct. I've just been through the ringer too much. Where are my bolts? If my bolts are here, we'll have more stuff to do. They're still not here. See all the updates. They left at 10:55 in the morning, typically when packages leave Conshohocken at 10:55 in the morning, they get here around 7 o'clock, and it's been kind of in lockstep, so. I don't, what I use 3D printing for doesn't really garner the, like, several printers. When I have a big batch job to do, there's usually a time gap that's large enough for me to just crank it out of this thing. And I haven't gotten into any specialty stuff like dissolvable support structure or anything like that. I'm a one-trick pony. I print brackets, and those brackets help me build stuff. Almost there. I could probably retract the filament right now, but and the new way that I've been doing filament changes on the direct drive extruder is just to yank out the filament. It doesn't need to be retracted by the motor. I can just plop it out and then put a new one in there and just push it down with my hand until the new filament starts coming through clear. We're just waiting on heat to get this print started. I'm going to start the print. And then I need to repair that wire on the steering wheel before I forget about it. If I'm going to be using it tomorrow, which I'm not terribly certain I am, tomorrow's stream might take the form of finally mounting the pedals correctly, cutting the bar, and then getting it all together. Or I do all that off camera and we just game. But either way, you know, my goal is to get the steering wheel running again. This is burn the subs work that we're doing right now, but this is also very important burn the subs work. The prospect of my having an optically very clear 3D print for the laser cooler is looking less and less likely. Which is a shame because this person got it really nice. This is really nice. And if we can get a smoked material to look kind of that clear, I'd be pretty excited. We'll see. We'll see what happens. All right, filament change time. So I guess I'm gonna go with the gray stuff, the gray, clear gray, and this is, I don't have a lot of it left. eSun, a very reputable brand. Yoink, give me that. Polymaker is the stuff that I use typically. And I've got a bunch of different ones. I do have, let's do clear actually, because clear is the Polymaker. It's just old Polymaker. This old Polylite PETG clear. I've got 280 written on it. Apparently I printed this stuff smoking hot, but we're at 170, which should be okay. We'll try a clear print first. And I just got to push through until all of the previous filament is gone. I had cleaner filament at one point. I wonder what happened to that. I think I threw it out. What I should do is figure out how much extrusion is needed to clear the nozzle, so I could just hit a button and it just does it every time. But I haven't gotten. I'm not that smart. It's not that smart, chat. I had to use up the clear filament anyway. Clear purple and clear orange are ones that I need to use up too. Because the dark red and the dark blue are those are my new favorites. Dark blue and the dark red are so good. Okay, so that's coming through clear now. We can start the ultra uber slow print. Let me just clear the nozzle off a little bit. I'm gonna get all the carbon away. Nice and clean. Where's that? Well, the last time I used the copper brush on this thing, it made sparks because it kept shorting out the heater. So one of the big deals about printing clear is that the pressure of the nozzle is correct. And my extrusion distance, or my extrusion multiplier, I haven't really evaluated in a long time. So that could be a potential failure area. Okay, that's moderately clean. I wish I had a better way to scrape the nozzle off. Let's see, over there, over here. What I'd love to do is do like a wire brush and then instructions for the machine to actually brush it off. But, oh well. All right, that's ready to print. Ready to print. So now I go back to the slicer. It's funny, it seems to have forced a top layer onto this thing, didn't it? There's the bottom layer, and then it goes all the way up to the top layer, and it's like, oh, I'll put a different material, a different hatch pattern on the top. Oh well. Let's see what we get from this though, because we'll alter our settings as we go. Wait, 2 hours? My 4-hour print went all the way down to 2 hours. Wonder what happened. I guess the nature of the perimeter changed. Without cross hatching, these must be faster. Like significantly faster, which is odd. All right, let's give it a go though. Print, start printing, go. Now, this thing's gonna charge up and do all the bed leveling stuff. I still have to grab that script off of the internet that only does this leveling process every 10 prints. I think that would be good for me to do. Because not a lot changes on this printer. Do we have a camera angle on this? Boop. No, but I can move this. I can move this over. Do a little 3D printing. Look at me, I'm a maker channel. I'm 3D printing and just filming it, and that's it. Totally unattended. Bring you guys over. Get your cables out of my wrenches, chat. My wrench. My ear itches. Okay. Look down. Actually, I can. Oh, yeah, that's right. I can do this. Bada bing. What I bought this camera mount for. Bring you guys all the way. Actually, all the way over here. Just gonna get this into the right position. There we go. All the way down there. There you guys go. Of course, the bed's going to hit you when things start happening here. Yeah, you need to be a little taller than that. I don't want the bed to smash into chat here. Of course, the camera's pretty loose on the mount, so it'll just be knocked away. Look at that visual. Beautiful. I need to go into the camera settings a little bit here. Do that, bring the gain up so it looks like something. Then bring your view up so your nose isn't in the bed. There you go. Little Dutch angle. Should be fine. I guess the focus is actually fine. That's kind of rare. Let's go time lapse. Let me just enable my time lapse here. One thing that's not going to be optically clear about the bottom layer is the surface of the printer. I could flip the glass over, but it's too late. And this is only our first test print, so. I don't even know where on the bed we're printing. We're almost up to speed. This thing will jump into life and start measuring itself. But yeah, this 3D printer is 300 by 400 or 300 by 310 by 310 millimeters, and I have not run into a situation where I've needed more. I've yet to run into that situation. Oh dear God! Whenever you're ready, printer. You know, there it goes. Oh, the surface is kind of shitty. That's fine. It's fine for a test print. I've been printing out parts for the pedals on this thing, and it's been doing just great. I just see the whole hot end like jiggle back and forth. Is that what just happened? I need to redesign the hot end. There aren't many designs out there, and I need to get different stuff out of what I'm putting forward here. And mount a cooling fan, which I don't have. So this is a little bit intense, the number of test points on this. This type of leveling is really great, but it's happening too often. For every single print, I have to spend time doing. It does give the hot end a chance to get up to speed, though. The hot end has to heat up during this time, so there's time for this to happen. But it is putting a lot of wear and tear on my measurement equipment as well. It's looking a little bent too. That probe arm. We've watched this 1,000 times on this stream. The other thing that I want to work on while this thing is going is part of the pedals. I've been trying to faff about enough to give a chance for these parts to actually get delivered. I'm refreshing the page right now. They're still not delivered. It's probably going to get here at 7 p.m., which sucks because I don't plan on streaming that late tonight. I checked to see if Friends Group is doing anything. They don't appear to have messaged me. So I don't even know if I'm under the gun or not. I don't know. I don't know what my timing is today. But I'd like to stream late today because I have a lot of stuff to do for tomorrow. Oops, sorry. We're burn the subs. There we go. That's what camera I'm using. I have it home again after it does all that for some reason. Just in case, I guess. I don't know. Where's it going? Oh, it's wiping. This is the initial wipe. This is what just gets the extruder going. This really gets my extruder going, chat. Really gets my extruder. Oh, God. No, there's nothing clean that I can say there. Why is that so fast? I guess this is the old speed. Look at that rumbling. That right-left rumbling, you can see it kind of jitter. I don't know if that's camera or the hot end. I don't know which one it is. Okay, so here we go. Here's our speed of printing. 20 millimeters per second. Something about this feels faster than what I didn't expect it to be this fast. I was going to be a lot slower. The size of our layers is also extremely small. Make your bed and then go look for the TV remote hours later. I do that with my insulin pump and my phone, which is, it's good that layer height is 0.1. It's good that my new insulin pump is going to be permanently attached to my body. Hopefully this works out. But with the insulin pump permanently attached to my body, that means I can't leave it under the covers when I go downstairs in the morning. Because I've done that, and I've been like, wait, I haven't gotten insulin all morning. Or my phone. My phone will still be a candidate to be left behind. Not even on the charger, too. That's the annoying part. This is a 2-hour print, so we're obviously not going to just sit here and watch it. Otherwise, I'd fuck off and go poop or something. At the time of my life, without you guys, just leave this broadcasting. God, that would be easy. Could you imagine if I had hundreds of viewers just because I had this going on all day? I didn't have to print anything. You know, I'd print all kinds of stupid shit. I'd print like middle fingers and shit like that. I'd have all this plastic garbage around my shop. I'd be one of those shops that, like, those YouTube shows where they talk to you and you look at the stuff in the background. It's all so clean. And it's like, how's your soldering iron that clean? I don't think you've ever used it, my guy. I don't think you've ever touched that soldering iron. Is there dust on any cert? No. I think this is a studio, and I think you don't do anything. Or, you know, they have all that plastic garbage everywhere. This is looking like a really rough layer. Wireless charger drilled into the table's a godsend. Just place the phone and forget about it. That's what, I mean, I've gone wireless charging with all of my charging stations, except for in the car, because I need the USB plug plugged in so my phone doesn't fly into my face when I'm driving. I don't have like a clamp cradle in the car yet. I just have like a USB-C thing. Googly eyes and random raffles. It feels so empty to me because you don't really, like, if you're doing stuff like that, like only 3D printing on your channel, I wouldn't feel like I accomplished it, like anything. I don't know, it just wouldn't feel right to me. This bottom layer is looking kind of rough. I don't know if maybe there's a bunch of shit around the nozzle or if my extrusion is a little bad. Like my charger cranking amps to the phone battery. That can be bad for it. Actually, there's a setting in Android 11 that will do, it will slow, if you set an alarm in the morning, it slows down the charging rate so that it can charge as gently as possible until the morning, which is a great setting because that puts a lot less wear on your battery. Although the phone that I have, the Pixel 6, is very thick, and so I'm hoping that means that it'll be relatively easy to change the battery when I get to that stage of Pixel 6 ownership. When I get to the state where the battery is starting to wear. So far, this phone has been absolutely fucking brilliant in terms of the amount of battery that it conserves throughout the day. I have it running Bluetooth constantly, and I'm not seeing all that much issue. Then again, my phone also does sit stationary for large swaths of the day. If I were still going to an office to do work, I would probably want to get like a pad that I could put it on. OnePlus supercharged thing, battery killer. Night mode is really great for it. Yeah, the supercharging and the cranking the amps into your phone is, I mean, it's good that it exists, but happy with my 6 too. Everybody was like complaining about the 6 when it first came out. And it was kind of annoying because I like went out and I bought this amazing new phone and everyone I talked to immediately poo-pooed it. And I think there's a little bit of like, I don't know, tech jealousy going on there or something. But they all have iPhones, so it's like, what do you care? I don't know. I bought the new phone so that I could run my insulin pump, and it turns out none of the insulin pump stuff, man, that spider web is like really distracting me. None of the insulin pump stuff runs on new phones. Came from an old phone, so everything got better, yeah. I went from an HTC 10 to the Pixel 6, and I think the polish on the new phone is quite amazing. Parents dumping power into the phone batteries as often as possible. Also, my parents, why are the batteries dying so fast? Well, you're not, I mean, okay, so I don't know how it is these days, but at least lithium-ion batteries, historically, you were supposed to keep it as charged as possible for as long as possible. And that prevents an actual physical cracking of the substrate. The substrate in the battery, microscopically, maybe not even microscopically, somewhat scopically, maybe miniscopically. Is there between mini and, or between regular and mini, I guess you have, or regular and micro, you have mini. So miniscopically expands and contracts as it holds and releases a charge, and that can basically crack it, kind of like a dry lake bed. So if you're doing big battery dumps, big dumpies with your battery, then it'll wear faster and develop what people consider as a memory, which it's not. It's just the maximum capacity it's below because of all the cracks, is my understanding of it. My read-up is probably about 5 years old, so I may not have it completely handled. I have a sudden desire to eat like Reese's products. I don't know why. I have like a desire for that really shitty sugar peanut butter, like a handful of Reese's Pieces or something. I think maybe it's because it's in the middle of a heat wave and I'm hyperglycemic right now, and so I feel like I've just eaten like an ice cream thing that I shouldn't eat as a diabetic. I feel like that's maybe why I feel like eating Reese's Pieces right now. Weird. It's a weird feeling. Hold on. What's my glucose level doing? It's not on the screen. What screen is it on? There we go. Oh, I'm actually normal. That's nice. It's nice to be normal every now and then. It's still a little elevated, but that'll sort itself out. So yeah, I do not know what the result of this is going to be. The print looks pretty rough from from our perspective right now. Yeah, Uncle Phil. I got X-Strip working, and X-Strip is the custom built Android, Bluetooth thing that works with a bunch of different medical products. And in this case, it works with the Dexcom. What we had to do, and I couldn't do it on screen because it was there's a lot of API codes running around. But now, every single one of you motherfuckers out there can go to cgmdatabot.herokuapp.com and you can see my glucose levels. You could scrape this for data and be really fucking irritating and pretend you're my doctor. I'm not taking any medical advice from chat. That's for goddamn sure, even in spite of the data that you guys get. One thing that I need to do is get Android Studio running on this computer and build the Android Auto Pancreas system, because I think the pump that I'm on right now can use it. And then we could have insulin data coupled in with the rest of this stuff. But I don't know. I mean, for now, I just have this working. The Android APS stuff is coming. I spoke to insulin pump people, and then I got a phone call from my stalker, which is the insulin pump company, to get Omnipods of the generation that I can use this stuff with. And they're like, why would you downgrade? And I'm like, don't worry about it. Like, I'll eventually move to the new system, but that's when they've hacked it. And I wasn't willing to tell them any of that stuff. Oh yeah, I'm supposed to heat up the insulin. That way it opens my pores and causes me to sweat, which is super effective when you've got such a humid heat like they do overseas. Aren't you in South Africa, Uncle Phil? Uncle Phil could probably school all of you Brits on. I was talking to a bunch of the Brits in chat yesterday and a little bit today. I don't know if we have as many Brits. We've got people from like Finland and stuff. But I was talking to like the Brits in chat. You're from there. Okay. I don't want to like dox you or anything. But so these Brits, I don't fucking know, man. I can't reconcile it. Of all the oh no, it's hot out there, let's be nice to the Brits. I can't anymore because all of them want to have hot tea and take hot showers. I just don't know anymore. And most of them are citing the fact that it opens pores and causes you to sweat. Which, by God, if you have a humid heat, that is the last thing that you want to do. You do not want to be as sweaty in this humid heat. What you need to do is replenish all of that liquid and make sure you're getting salts, because that's the salts are what's coming out with all that sweat. But by God, the amount of times in the past 2 days that I've heard, no, you should actually have a hot shower, or you should have a hot drink. And it's like, no, you guys are in a situation where, yeah, I'm going to dump all that fucking tea in the harbor to cool it down. To cool it down with ocean water. You should be having your iced teas and your cool drinks and taking, well, cold showers are probably not going to happen because all the groundwater is hot. But you should be cooling off as much as possible. Yeah, that's what everybody's like, eat a hot pepper. And it's like, no, it causes you to sweat. And like all of these methods, get a fan and then you do the things that'll cause you to sweat. But first and foremost, cool yourself off. If you're finding yourself to be in a horrible sweaty situation, you can't stand it, and your mental processes are starting to break down a little bit, that's super serious, and you should get cool as effectively as possible, even just with a bag full of ice. There's a lot of that misinformation is really why I'm take that ads. Yeah, Brett Ultimus has been running ads ahead of his D&D for like extended amounts of time in order to cancel mid-roll ads, as if he doesn't have a button that can turn them off. But anyway, that's what he wants to do. He can do it. So I know the frustration of ads. What do Brits know about hot weather anyway? Well, they've colonized all of the hot places, so. But yeah, I mean, Jesus Christ, don't think that just like don't think that all of this wonderful, bloggable, counterintuitive advice is applicable in your situation, because you will die. Like, holy fuck. I've been in situations where there's been no airflow and I felt like I had the flu. I thought I maybe had caught the flu. And turns out I had to sit down with a bottle of Gatorade and just drink that fucker, because once I did, suddenly I had to go to the bathroom, and suddenly I started sweating again, and suddenly my head cleared, and suddenly my muscles stopped being weirdly achy because I had no electrolytes in my system. This is not looking as optically clear as I had anticipated, huh? This is not looking incredibly optically clear. I wonder if maybe the heat needs to be up a little bit more. But I think we're at the settings that we're above the settings that they had. Maybe I need to go to 175. Or maybe this filament just is not that clear. But I think it is, because they said they used Polymaker. What we're doing right now is we're following, this is not what we're doing. We're following a thing that was posted in the Discord. That's this guy. How to print glass. Oh, they're using Overture? Yeah, maybe Polymaker's not as clear. So this guy got his prints to look like this, which is fairly okay to look like this. Wow, look at it. It's a snowy castle in a snowstorm. Hey, can I see the image, please? Bud. Okay, all right. I guess we're not looking at it today. Solid and clear, which is pretty much exactly what I want for the water jacket that goes over the laser. I want that. That looks great. Look at it. Look at it. It's beautiful. Oh. Seriously, we need an OBD port on people. That would save us a lot of trouble. That's the one evolutionary thing that we desperately need. It looks like the stacked layers are going to look a little different than the thin wall layers, which I guess is okay. But it doesn't really look like, it doesn't really look like it's going to be terribly clear when it's done. From what we can see, and there's not a lot of light over there, so I don't like that corner that's closest to us. It's like, it's got like a booger hanging from it, and that's like a risk. Well, we'll just have to see how it turns out when it's done. I mean, basically what you do is slow it down significantly, and then put your temperatures up to PETG temps. I may have to get that Overture filament. Slow down the printer. Right temperature. Extrude more. I forget all the things, but yeah, there's a couple things you need to do, and I think maybe the Polymaker isn't as clear when it goes down. I wonder if using ironing would help. You actually have the Overture and you're not getting good results. I mean, this is probably the best that any of us can hope for. Why aren't images loading on this computer anymore? This is probably the best that any of us can hope for with what we have. Although I would like to play with ironing. I think maybe ironing might be able to do it too, if it's able to squish out potential like sites for bubbles. Because I think most of the non-clear stuff there is bubbles. The rest of it can be solved with temperature, high temperature. That gives it that shiny appearance, at least for my PETG. That or they're just lying. They made a mold and they're lying to us. Let's see, where's the Amazon link? Of course, they leave all this stuff in here, huh? It looks so much like Polymaker, it's criminal. This looks very much like the Polymaker stuff that I've already got. Purchased other variations 3 times. Yeah, that would be the dark colored stuff that I use. And the space, too. This is the space stuff that I have. The space stuff, I think, went bad. I don't know. Adhesion issues? I don't got none of that. Of course, I've been printing a lot, so I got everything tuned in. Temperature might be one thing, and I wonder if I wonder if maybe you just flame polish it when you're done, just to give it that little bit of extra clarity. Oy, oy. We'll see how it does. I mean, I have a feeling it's not going to look all that much different from what I've already printed. I think it should be almost done with that outer layer, and it should be moving on to the other stuff. But yeah, so we've got that going on. The other thing that we have going on is that I'm waiting on a delivery that might not get here till 7 p.m., in which case I'll have to do all the pedal work on my own. Maybe we can do just like the last little buttoning up tomorrow, and then I'll play games because I need a break. And then the other thing, what's the other stuff that we got going on? We got this, we got that, and then I got the insulin pump stuff. We got to do Android stuff. Should we try to get Android Studio installed? I don't really have a good tutorial on that. I don't have it up right now, is what I'm trying to say. Let's at least just get that installed on the computer, because I downloaded it yesterday. So we're in the downloads folder, Android Studio. This is going to be like is this going to like destroy my computer? I don't even know the first thing about what I'm doing here. Run. I trust Android Studio completely. Oh, joy. That's a super old version? Oh, 2021? Oh, geez. Well, I'm going to install the super old version because it's part of the tutorial for the thing that I'm trying to do. So, I don't know. Build yourself instead of downloading. Hold on, I'm gonna cough. Yeah, Android Studio, I know. It is legal to build the app for your own use, but you must not give a copy to others. So, so I can't bother Chuck for that information. Or Newer. Okay, so I'm gonna use Newer then. We will nip that one at the bud. Download it. I agree completely to whatever the hell. Jesus Christ, that's a lot of legalese. Boop. I've earned a badge. Go away. I think this is what we did last time. Whatever. It don't matter. This is a big download, isn't it? A minute left. Never mind, that is the latest version. Son of a bitch. Fat, you're fucking me, man. Stop it. You're killing me here. Stop this. That's still gonna download. Run. Yeah, the download is still going. Damn it. Whatever, doesn't matter. All right, get rid of this. I need to flop my windows around so that I'm not looking at my belly button while I fucking do this program. I hate that. All the visuals look so weird. Like all my thumbnails are me looking at my belly button. Okay. I think we're good on the CPU. I think we got all these specs. Please be in mind both 64-bit CPU and 64-bit OS are mandatory. All right, I think we're good on that. Strongly recommended to use an SSD. Well, yeah, we got that on this computer. This is not the brutally super fucking powerful build. This is the streaming computer, which is like the hoopty old Nissan that you use to go to the shops and get a couple things, and you don't really care if you spill milk on the back seat. You just let nature deal with it, and it'll go away eventually. blah blah blah. I had a friend with a Nissan, no, it was Toyota, that he didn't care about, to the degree where we had bait fish in a little bait fish thing in his back seat, and it spilled all over the place, and he just didn't care. He just didn't care, and I'm like, this is like fish water. Are you sure? It's like, no, it's fine. It's whatever. His was the car that was so reliable that in all of his own ownership of that car, nothing ever happened to it, except one day he pulls into my driveway and he goes, I don't know what's wrong. It's like making a weird squeaking noise. And I'm like, oh no. Well, let's see. Open the hood. Okay, the squeak's coming from the belt. How do I tension the belt? There is a screw top dead center of the motor compartment facing me. And I'm like, boop. And then that fixed it for the remainder of the car's life. Like, it's just one quarter turn of a screw that was in the middle of the engine compartment. Install Git, Android Studio, Git path, download code. All right. Oh God, I don't have Git. I don't even know what that's about. You have to be online all the time for Android Studio, download several updates. Any Git version should work, for example, blah. Okay. Filing away that nugget of knowledge. Yeah, that's how it should be. I don't, it just seems a little crazy that you would have the tensioner for the fan belt, first of all, not be an auto thing, and second of all, be top center of the motor. Wow. Git for Windows. GNU. Public license. Boop. Boop. Oh, God. I'm going to hate this. Git bash profile to Windows terminal. I might actually want that. No, we're just going to normal install. Vim. Yeah, Notepad++, you motherfuckers. Next, Vim my ass. Please don't Vim my ass, because then you'll never be able to exit. Let Git decide. Default branch name. Many teams already renamed their default branches. I don't understand what I'm configuring here. No, I shared BTS on Git. I didn't. Command line, also from third party. Okay, no Unix tools. Next. Is this one of those? I just want to know what I'm getting into. Choosing the SSH executable. I guess open. I don't know. I mean, I've got putty and stuff on here. Yeah, those fucking search bars. Remember when Java used to come with one? You were like, I don't want Yahoo on my search bar. This is predatory. Check out units. I don't know. MinTTY. Windows default console. Git will use default console window, Windows command.exe, which works with Win32. Minty, which supports a resizable window, non-rectangular selections, and Unicode font. Console programs such as Python must be launched via WinPTY to work with MinTTY. Jesus fucking Christ, what are they trying to do to me here? I don't know if I want MinTTY. I think I kind of want default. But then if I don't do what they tell me... Yeah, this is all right, whatever. This forward merge. This is standard behavior of git pull. Only ever, I don't know. I don't know what this stuff is. File system caching, I don't know. Pseudo consoles. Jesus Christ. I don't know what I'm getting into here, chat. We've already got, oh, that was Android Studio. Hold on. That's that error. That bug that OBS was like, that's a Windows thing. And Windows is like, that's an OBS thing. Where it'll blank out your video capture window on desktop if a Windows security thing opens up, because it's part of like the, I don't know, is this something weird with the shell? Oh my god. It's Git Bash. It's Git Bash. He's here. It's John Git Bash. All right. What's Android Studio as well? Oh man. So this is all stuff that I'm unfamiliar with. There's just too much stuff. Yeah, maybe I should have gotten the portable edition. Then it wouldn't ask for all this stuff. Git path in Android Studio. File settings. In Android Studio, I have to do that. This is where the fun begins. Now you hate robbing banks. The thing about this computer is that I don't care about special paths for anything. This is all just like, yeah, just install in the C drive. I don't care. I had to do a potty break, so I think I'm gonna put you guys on the burn the subs view. Hold on, let's let this. Hold on one sec. Let's just start Android Studio. Here we go. Any minute now. Oh, it popped under. Huh? Oh. Import settings. I don't have any. I've never used this before. This is where the software laughs at me. Now because chat is like, oh no, Android Studio. And so I'm installing Android Studio, and it's like, hey, do you want to import any settings? And I'm like, no, I've never used it before. And it's like, oh, look at you, little one, trying to use Android Studio. You're gonna have trouble. Help improve Android Studio. I can't even move the window. Yeah, don't send my data. Can I please? There we go. I had to click no to that window in order to move it. What'll set up your development environment? Phone, tablet, watch, computer, or my car. All my friends are running Android head units. Maybe I can make my glucose levels pop up on their head units. Existing what? What are you trying to do right now? We're following the instructions for Android APS, the Auto Pancreas System. Oh, we definitely want Darkula? Really? Darkula. Are they making fun of us? Is that what this is supposed to be? Are they making fun of us for wanting to use dark mode? Could it just say dark? Could it just say dark right here? Could it not say Darkula? Darkula? Are they trying to call us Draculas? Like, that don't like the... Yeah, it should say Dankula. Darkula, you're condescending. You're like my parents. Next. All right. Cool. Yeah, I have no choice. Next. This is like a massive amount of terms and conditions, isn't it? None of this text is changing. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay. I would assume that there are differences in these, but Jesus Christ. I have to accept. Twitch and dark theme, Discord and light theme, and whatever default theme comes with lots of shit. I mean, what it should be is the themes of the computer are like more universal than that. Like you can set nowadays, you can set your computer to be in dark mode, and then it'll continue that. All right, so I guess I have to accept everything. Do I have to actually like look at these in order to get my next button? I've read the whole... Yes, I've read the whole text. These are dumb. Where they make you actually go through the thing. I hate these. Yep. You know, they should be under the gun to actually give us, like, a human-readable... Oh, there we go. I had to click accept on the top and the bottom one. The SDK license and the extra license. Is there an extra? Finish. Oh, now it's got to download 1,000 billion bytes of something. All right, I'm going to take a potty break. I'll be right back. I'm going to put you guys on a different camera so that you guys can actually see stuff happening. Put up an overlay. Maybe I can put up like an overlay of... No, that's not the overlay. How did that get on here? That's my cell phone only. Okay. I can put up like a BRB. I can put up a little music. A little music that's not going to get me like in trouble with like Joe copyright. I'll be right back. That seems pretty clear, actually. Not incredibly, but it is a little bit better than some of the other prints. I mean, if I were to put an LED behind it, that would have certainly lighted up very nicely. It's not clear, though. It's not, like, transparent like the other one was. Okay. I'm back. And that print is still going. It's the forever print. It's going to take 1 billion years. There we go. Bop. There you go. There's my glucose level after peeing. Too much information. Letting chat inside my body see what my glucose levels are. It's ridiculous. Reflow Mobo. I have not done that. I've taken the case off of an iPhone by putting it in the toaster. I've reflowed, sort of reflowed stuff, but never an old Xbox 360. You try the towel trick? Have you tried printing with surface inclination? Why? Why would I do that? Why would I do that? I don't understand. Hold on, I got a cough. Probably have like all the air quality alerts going right now because of the heat. You talking like doing this? You like angle the thing on the bed? That looks sanded. That looks sanded. Is that resin print? That might be resin. What the fuck? Did the towel thing work a little while longer? Yeah, new thermal paste, and then if it is like the cracking issue, I don't know. I don't know what to suggest without experience, you know, in reflowing stuff. Fucking goddamn it! Stop doxing me. How do I turn that off again? I think it's in. Hold on, I'm gonna go to horizontal. No, I don't do weird stuff. I do easy stuff because I need it to function. I gotta go into my settings. Hold on. Stop Chrome asking account show email. Auto sign in. How do I disable the pop-up is what I'm looking for. There we go. Trying with Google prompt it. Yeah, there it is. Ah, Jesus Christ. Receive our newsletter. Okay, so I've already disabled this, and I feel like Chrome has decided to re-enable it. Fuck is security? Security, come on. Send in security. It's not even, I love these tutorials that you get where they're like, oh, just do this. And it's like that setting doesn't exist. Manage your account. Security. And then we want signing in with Google, Google account sign-in prompts. Signing in with Google, where's that? Signing in with Google. Google account sign-in prompts. No. God, I fucking hate that. Hey, here's all of your emails. It's like, hey, could you not do that? Because then some German fucktard will sign me up for KI-CAD newsletters and shit. Other German language bullshit. Because they come in here from a raid and they're assholes. All right, close. All right, we're back. Downloading components. Oh, I guess it's done. Finish. Welcome to Android Studio. Okay, so what are we doing? Well, we need to get to the studio, so this tutorial is not as comprehensive as it could be. Where are we? This is the, what we're doing is we're working towards getting the Android APS system compiled and basically on my phone. So there's a lot of like little things that we need to do in order to get this thing up and configured, including start ourselves off with this project, I guess. It's just one of those things, right? So what we need to do is follow this tutorial, and I don't know, I might opt to just do something physical and actually just do some of the machining that I want to do. Just because this might be too just obnoxiously boring for stream. I may have to do this stuff in the background. Well, okay, so there's that. Okay, so there's that. Never mind. I love the Mac tutorials 5 steps. You son of a bitch. Okay, so I'll need to reset this PC, so I'm not going to be doing this right now. Let's do a little bit of the machining that I wanted to do, and then we can do a little bit of that wire repair that I want to do, and then I'll have all my ducks in a row for when these parts get in here. You always got the weirdest shit, man. I don't... Have I done a line follow a robot? No, actually. Friends of mine have done them before. Line follower robots are fun, but I know typically you don't need to restart the PC for these things, but Android Studio's like a whole, it's like a big thing. So I really don't want to, I don't want to rock the boat in that case. I would actually restart the PC in that event, because I feel like the operating system needs to come back up to get all of the weird connections and stuff that are needed for something as extensive as a massive programming suite. Google rootkit. Yeah, to let their tendrils into every single facet of my adult life. All right, so what we're doing is we're trying to mount the pedals on the simulator setup so that they're at a little bit more of an angle from where they typically sit. In the past, what I did on the pedal setup is, if these were the vertical expanses, I had this thing on the back of it, right? So what I'm doing is I'm making it so that this can actually mount parallel, and it can tilt back just a little bit. But it's not tilting back on this axis, because if I do this, I can't access the hardware. Now, I guess a solution that is not currently super duper present would be to use something like, where did that piece go? I had it. It was right here. It was that double wide with slotted holes. What happened to that piece? It was right here. What could have happened to that thing? All right. Oh, here it is. It's just covered by stuff. One of the solutions might be to use something like this. I only have one of these. So if I got another one, maybe. Some is from 8020.net, and other stuff is from various sources. I've pretty much just gotten them from friggin' wherever I can find it. So one solution might be, if I don't need that much of a tilt, I could actually not need the count. I just thought of this. I only have one of these pieces, though. Too bad I didn't order a second one just because. Where did my other wrench go? Hold on, I gotta find the appropriate wrench. I think it's down here. Let's see. Wrench. Not there. Wrench. Where could it have gone? My T-handles are all over. Oh, yeah, it's the other. It's on the other desk. It's on the other desk. All right, so. Your Simrig struggles aren't making me optimistic about modding my shifter. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? I do have 4 of these slotted angle irons. They're not as strong, but they might actually work. The only problem being that I need like a spacer, because currently we overcut this a little bit so that those brackets could fit in. But if we do that, then I won't need the countersunk screws. I just thought about this. Because if I do, if for instance, like this piece is nice and thick, and it's got the slotted holes, but these can also tilt just a little bit. They could support, and I'm going to test that right now, they could support a little bit of a tilt. They could get tilted, much like chat gets tilted. What is your shifter mod that you're going to do? I'll never get an answer. We'll be here forever. I don't have another of any of this stuff, so... Yeah, because that would actually... son of a bitch. That could have solved all of our problems. Maybe I can find spacers and use different angle irons to put it together, and then just do that. Because that's a... I think I just solved our problem without the parts. Now I'm mad. Now I'm mad at myself. Now I'm mad, chat. I've just become mad. Because I've got all the parts that I need in order to do this. Son of a bitch! Why didn't I think about this yesterday? This is what I mean about, like, limiting the possibilities. When we have Amazon and the internet, we don't come up with solutions properly. We just go to the internet and we buy a new bracket. It spoils you rotten. Ingenuity prevails. You shut the fuck up. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, ingenuity does prevail. I wanted to jump down the throat of the first comment. Don't worry, I still love you guys. To a limited degree. That is just straight up gonna work. Fuck! We should have done this originally. Well, okay, so I gotta find 4 of these angle pieces that I've sanded off. These are the stronger ones. I want to use the stronger ones. I think that'll hold up better than this extremely flimsy looking angle iron, right? If I'm particularly mean to you guys, I hope you understand that I'm just being funny for the general Twitch abuse purposes, you know? I'm just being funny. It's nothing personal, but I do actually hate you. God damn it. I can't believe that this is the solution all along. This is it. I still think I probably need a washer on that to keep it from sliding back and forth. Yeah, when I say it about turtle, I actually do mean it from the bottom of my heart. But everybody else is cool. I do love it when I find things I don't remember I had. Yeah, I've got a lot of stashes of stuff like that. And I've just started going through stuff from storage, which contains quite a bit of that sort of nature of thing. You know, that, oh, I remember this thing. How did I forget that I had this? So I think we can do this in order to mount these. It's hard to see. It's hard to see what's going on here. But I can kind of mount these offset from one another, and then those will hold this. All the force on them is going to be kind of in a weird vector, so I'll have to tighten the hardware down a lot, but then I can still reach these bolts when this is all installed. So I think that'll do really well. I wish I'd thought of this sooner. I blame Turts primarily for this failure. This is Turts' fault. So he's permabanned and exiled, and I'm going to write his parents, tell them exactly why I hate him. Personal letter. I'll quill it in ink. Nice fine ink, and put one of those. For a little while, people were really into stamping their letters. You know, having your own stamp with all of the, and then using like a super cool looking wax that's got like stars in it. It's a weird hipstery kind of trend. I didn't mind it though. What did he do? He knows. Yeah, that's what somebody who did what Turtle did would say. You know what I mean. Absolutely vile. Oh no, this other washer doesn't fit. This must have been like a particular washer that had a width that could go, that this thing could go through. So now I have to find that washer. I'm actually kind of sad about this Windows PC, by the way. This is a very ADHD stream. I'm going to be going from shiny thing to shiny thing. This thing is like a cool little form factor, terribly incompetent PC that is meant to be as locked down as possible and function for 1 billion hours of uptime because it's part of an industrial setup, right? You put this PC in with something, and then you would do something in order to get diagnostics into the COM or the Ethernet ports. This is a Windows 7 PC, and it's made by General Electric, and it's got a little button right there. If you want to look it up, I can give you the part number, ICRXIBN, and then the rest of it should probably fill itself in. but it's this little Windows 7 industrial PC. They're very expensive for something like this. And this is actually an obsolete one. There's a better one probably in whatever electrical cabinet this thing was stolen or removed from and replaced by the person whose estate I went through. But this thing would be a cool place to house, perhaps, yeah, it's a very easy to remember name. Perhaps I could house like a Raspberry Pi in it or something and make it like the front of Burn the Subs. I don't know, because I've got this 24-volt power supply. This thing is a 24-volt machine, so I could put Linus on this thing and maybe run something. This is probably slower than the Raspberry Pi, let's be honest. And if I run a weird Linux distro on it, it'll run great, but it won't be as capable as the Raspberry Pi. So I'm sitting here with all this stuff, because this is fanless, and this is fanless. Burn the Subs is water-cooled. So I don't know. These two pieces of equipment are like really cool and special. I'd love to be able to do something with them, and possibly, maybe if I ever do a CNC setup, those would be the star players. But they're just like sitting over here. They're just shitting over here, collecting dust. I think the combo of those two things would be really, really cool. Yeah, it does look like a radio. This is actually a cellular. My mouth don't work. I'm having trouble saying. What was he having yesterday? Anyway, this is a cellular modem, and what I'd like to do is replace that with a like a Wi-Fi card. It's just like a normal card, so you could probably pop it out and put in Wi-Fi, and then just use the RPSMA. But yeah, this is a cellular antenna because you won't necessarily get wireless in an electrical cabinet that's somewhere remote, like a switching station or something like that. You don't want to trust Wi-Fi at like a remote station. Rather, just get cellular. Excelsior! But I would love to use that for something. This is the size of washer that I need. I would love to use that for something, if not just as an enclosure, just because it's so cool. But I got the burden of having it and needing to do something with it. I mean, maybe I could put like Linus on it and then make it into like a Pi hole. Or I could make it control all of the lighting. Like if I put, oh Jesus, if I put Node-RED on that thing, I don't know, Node-RED might not function as well, right? Because Node-RED could potentially be taking a lot of applications around here. It could do a lot of stuff. But if I put Node-RED on that, then that could be my shop controller. It could run the Fridge Pi and stuff like that. Although deploying those projects on something other than a Raspberry Pi might be kind of tricky and out of my skill range. It might not be something that I'm capable of doing mentally. I might be too dumb, is what I'm trying to say. Too dumb at the moment. What is it? I mean, what is it like to do stuff like that? I know Shorty was having some trouble with that in the Discord. He was talking about having something that's not a Raspberry Pi running an application that's sort of meant for the Raspberry Pi. I didn't think there would be too much drama about something like that, but... Oh yeah, this is perfect. This is going to work well, I hope. I sincerely hope this is going to work well. The oblong bolts in this case will make up for the width of the plates that we cut off of this thing. I hope. I hope. Copyright strike. How dare you utter sound frequencies? Destroy that channel. Never again will they use sound. How dare you use sound? I could play copyright video all day, all day. I can play all kinds of stuff and the bots won't get it. That's not to say I can just play a movie, but I can run copyright video all day. But if I run something that is even remotely close to a sound frequency that was ever used in a song, I will get carpet bombed. A surface-to-air missile will erupt through my window. And your last image of Oh Bother will be my torso separating from the lower part of my body while also on fire. Because I used sound frequencies that some artist used once. I'm not finding the fourth bracket. Did I use it in something? I can file down one of these in order to make a fourth bracket, but they don't kind around. Yeah, they don't get around. Blah, 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 blah. So what I'm looking at right now is that there's one angle piece that I've filed the things down on, and it's out there somewhere. And if I can find it, it means I don't have an uneven number of ones that I filed down. So I got 3 on there right now. Yeah, they'll ban me again for gore. That's intentional self-harm. It's against TOS to die. I'll die. You'll die, and worse off, your channel will be banned. I don't know what happened to that one. Looking around for it on the desk. Oh, my glucose level doesn't drip. What is it doing right now? Ah, it's 177. That'll be fine. What are you trying to do? Fucked if I know, man. I don't know. What are you trying to do? You trying to do anything interesting? What are we all trying to do? What are we doing here, you know? Why are we on this planet? What led to this? What led to this state of things? We're trying to mount the pedals to my sim setup such that I can angle them backwards a little bit because the angle was too extreme and it hurt my feeties. My feets is hurt. So I'm trying to give them a little bit of an angle, and that way we can do spin tires tomorrow. Or not spin tires, snow runner or ice road fuckers, I don't know what it's called. Some kind of game that you play on the computer. Actually get a little bit of use out of my crazy graphics rig. It's funny, man, you know, I get that computer working, and then almost immediately after the expenditure of getting the graphics card, all of a sudden Steam is like, hey, you want to buy a Steam Deck? And I'm like, well, I did, but I'm not a popular streamer. I didn't even make the top 10,000. Not even in the top 10,000. So no, of course I can't fucking afford to buy a Steam Deck on a whim. I got like house stuff that I got to spend money on. I'm getting a film put on the windows to try to keep some of the sun out. Because even in the winter, this place gets hot in the middle of the day. I just hide out in the basement. That's my solution to that. Just hide in the basement. Now, the slides won't work on the 2020, right? Yeah, they don't fit in there. I have to use the cleats for the 2020, and that falls out very easily. It makes adjustment very annoying, but I'm not seeing another angle bracket unless it's like really hiding behind stuff. But I have my doubts. Unless it remained on something that I was working on. Nah, I don't see it anywhere. I don't see nothing. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is sand down the little nubs that are on these, because otherwise they don't slide around like I want them to. This is great if you want to like really stabilize a 2020 rail. You can buy these things by the bushel. You can get tons of these things for real cheap. They're made out of relatively cheap material, but they got that little bolster on them, which makes them a whole hell of a lot stronger than the alternatives. Now, the real strong ones are the 80-20 ones that have a big triangle and 4 bolts, but I don't need 80-20 strength. I need this thing's strength. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to file them down until they look like these. And then they'll be smooth as our brains, and we'll be able to put them into the system, and hopefully I'll get the adjustment I wanted, and I don't have to I don't even need the parts that I ordered that I was waiting for today. Wish I'd come up with this fucking thing sooner, huh? How's that for how Father's brain works? I seriously did not consider this before. I did not consider this at all. Yeah, this material is very soft. It does not take me long to file it down. Meanwhile, we got this thing going on. A print to end all printing. This is a water jacket for the laser for burn the subs. This is a test print. This stuff doesn't appear to be... What do you mean, is the file going to be okay? It's fine. What's your angle? What's a weird joke that you're trying to make? Some of the parts of it look kind of clear, but the rest, it's not looking on the up and up for clarity. I'm not getting the glass clear, you know? Possibly I could up the temperature. Maybe it'll get a little bit clearer, but I don't know. I think this optically clear print stuff is a hoax now. At least insofar as I can accomplish. Perhaps it clears up when I put like a hot air gun on it. Maybe. Other thing I need to do is go to Home Depot. The big I'm dead. My stomach finally decided to leave the rest of my body. Oh, beeping. I'm beeping. Why are you beeping? Okay, whatever. A high glucose level was entered 2 hours ago. Do a glucose level. No, I refuse. I don't have to. Okay, almost there. So what I mean about this stuff being cheap? It like very quickly, just a couple passes on the file, and this thing is like smooth as our brains, smooth and wonderful. But yeah, another thing I need to do. Maybe I'll do that on Sunday. Waltz into a Home Depot like I own the place and fucking just buy a chop saw. Look at the chop saws they have and just walk out with one. Little retail therapy. I don't want to get like the DeWalt Finger Smasher 5000 though. You know? Optimized to run on 18-volt battery packs and sever your limbs in 0.2 seconds. Chop saws are really handy. Yeah, it sounds like they can do a lot of jobs that I would want to be done around here. First and foremost is cutting shit like this and leaving a nice edge. That's the main purpose. This thing is like warm. Wait a minute, I can do this. It leaves a mark. That's right, the ones with the lasers. Get the one that projects light down the blade for alignment, not the laser one. My drill press, my old drill press had the lasers in it, and I had to like tweak them a lot in order to get them to run properly. It was nice to have like the X mark though. Sort of. The milling machine doesn't have it. The milling machine is just a better machine, and so it's able to do all the jobs that the thing with the lasers did, but I'm not looking at lasers, it just does the thing. You don't need all that fancy crap. Though with the chop saw, it would be nice to know where the blade's coming down. But you got marks on the thing that'll tell you where it is, so what's the point? Lasers are toys in these machines. These men are pawns. No, what you really want is you want a laser diode without a lens on it doing the light projection, and then you get coherent sharp shadows from all the, because you got all the coherent photons coming out of that thing. And so what that does is that you end up having a shadow with a perspective, but it's going to be a very sharp shadow because all of these coherent photons, it's just the way, you know, there's not like a soft light pattern on it. Sounds like a project. Yeah, they're all projects, aren't they? They're all projects. They're all projection. Start my own political party. All right. Look at all that dust. Don't want that getting into stuff. That's why we line it up like this and snort it. I tried to get it in the trash can, but it basically made a cloud. It was like a cloud of aluminum powder. Very safe. Breathe this. All right, looks like things are going on tonight, but we just came up with a solution here, so we'll go to normal time on stream, which will be good. Yeah, there's our new bracket. Put that thing in there. Did I find a washer for the last bolt? I don't think I did. I think I put stuff away. Okay, let's see here. No, that's not a drop. No. Not even, no. Intentionally throwing something out, you would really consider that to be a drop? That's ridiculous. Don't be ridiculous. All right, get all this stuff in place. All right, so yeah, that's how this is going to be held on, I guess, is with these brackets sliding around because of the oval shape of the holes in them. No, I didn't miss. It went into the garbage can. It just was a cloud. It was a weird cloud of aluminum. Never said I missed, because I didn't, because I never miss. All right. I guess that'll do. It seems a little weird, but I think it'll accomplish everything that I want to accomplish with this system, including the ability to adjust the angle. And so the pedals will be about at the same distance as they were before. And then, yeah, one thing I need to do is I need to get these things in there before I lose. These block the channels, which makes them kind of frustrating if you need to remove hardware, but we just need to have the two inserts in here so that I can attach the pedals appropriately. Actually, I feel like I want to use these. These I think are better. Are these work on 80/20? Is that what these are? Oh, these are actually 80/20. I didn't know that. Oh, probably use them on the... Yeah, we'll use them on here. That way it'll be less aggravating to adjust. So the difference between this cleat and this one, they're the same thread size, but this one turns 90 degrees in order to grip. So if you want to remove a bracket without having to free up the end, or if you want to add something in situ, these are great. They're great. But if you need to adjust something by sliding it back and forth on the rail, then this thing can tend, when you loosen it, to flip like this and be completely removable. Or if you've got multiple fasteners, sometimes one of the ones in the middle that you can't verify will be at 90 degrees, and then it won't grip the actual rail. Whereas this thing, it's there. It's always there. And if you need to slide it up and down, it slides up and down, all that good stuff. So I'm going to see how many of these I have, because these two go for the pedal box itself, and then I need 4 of these to do the other part. And I don't know if I've got 4. I might have 4. I might just do. I just have to find the other one of these that's somewhere. I think I only have so many of these parts, and I guess I've used them all. So where would the last one be? It might have ended up in here, or it's just out on the desk, which I don't really see it anywhere on the desk because it was in this bracket. There's other fasteners that I just need to keep track of. This has been kind of a whirlwind of upgrades to this project, so the parts end up going to the winds. Don't need this. Got 3 of these. I need 1 more. Wait, no, that's not what I thought it was. I don't see it nowhere. All right, what else do we got? It might be in here. I'm gonna look from the bottom of the. Look at the bottom of the bin. See if I see it. Oh boy, this is like the worst Where's Waldo that I've ever played. It's like the most boring Where's Waldo. But I found Waldo. Or Wally if you're a weirdo. Freaking weirdo. You're all weird. You're all weird. You're all weird and I don't like it. No! Oh. I gotta go get that. That was a drop. Oh, you guys didn't even see what happened. I was trying to screw in the end and dropped the bolt. I don't know when I'm going to get around to the Android Studios stuff, but I want to get it done soon. If my medical supplies are going to come in quickly, then I'll want to do it quickly, because I won't be able to use that stuff until I get everything installed and ready to go. So it's going to happen quick, I guess. But really, like, my prescription isn't up until the 8th, so it doesn't seem like I'm in that much of a rush. We'll just have to see. Have to see what happens. What also sucks is that I had another miscommunication. There's always miscommunications. Did I miss anything regarding the loop? I contacted my doctor, and he almost immediately sent a prescription for the Omnipod 5 Dash. So the previous version that is compatible with Android APS. We installed, or started to install, Android Studio today, but it requires a computer restart, so I'm going to have to get back to that later. We're doing simulator pedal stuff right now, but in terms of what I need to get, I've got the prescription was faxed to CVS Caremark, and then I logged into CVS Caremark, and they said, lol, lol, lol. They literally, it was just a bunch of LOLOLOLs. There weren't even space bars in there. And they said, your account was deactivated in 2015. And I'm like, no. But they wouldn't give me any information, even though it was sent to the same exact location as the order for the Omnipod 5. So there's the Dash, and then there's the 5. I'm not going to refer to the Dash in any way as to insinuate that it's the 5, because that's confusing. Okay, so all that stuff's going down, right? Going downtown. So I've got the prescription is at the right place. I confirmed that today by calling them. I need to sign up for CVS Caremark again for some reason. That should go through. Insurance is probably going to have a baby and tell me that I can't take care of my diabetes the way that I want to, even though with the Omnipod system, I guess it's not under warranty. There's no warranties that you have to wait for to expire, but the last fill of the prescription was on the 8th. So I may have to wait until the 8th for them to cover it again. So that might be happening. So I will then have the Omnipod Dash, which means I will be able to do all of the APS stuff. I got all of the database stuff working. That's what we're looking at right here. So I've got all the database stuff working. So I got my glucose levels accessible by website. You chat can, hey, Walrus, how's it going, man? You guys can go to this website. I called it CGM Databot. I should probably rename the app, though, to be a little bit better branded, like Bother Levels or something. But yeah, .herokuapp.com, and you guys can bada bing. You guys can see my glucose levels right now. Now, there's no insulin data in there. That's why I'm looking at the APS stuff and the with, I can do that with the pump that I have right now, but if insurance is crying, I'll try to tell them the 5 didn't work with your phone. That's what so I got a call during stream, at the beginning of stream, and I was talking to the guy, and like, they're like, why would you do this? Why would you, and I'm like, well, because I got a new phone and it didn't work with it, so I want to go to the Dash. And he's like, but there's a thing you can use for the Omnipod 5 that does it. and then silence, and then he's like, unless I'm wrong, and I'm like, you're wrong. Like, just like, he's like, why would you do this? And I'm like, because I for the compatibility with the tools that I want to use. Like, that was it. That was my excuse. But they wouldn't, like, they wanted to have a dialogue about it because they wanted to convince me to go to the new system. And I'm like, dude, I'm going to eventually go to the new system. I just need to move back to this other one for a little while. You guys don't have an app that I can use. So, good Lord. So anyway, the right hardware. Plus, Omnipod has nothing to do with this. I don't know why they need to butt in, right? They're the ones that will advocate for me to use what I want to use, and this is what I want to use. So it's like, go away. Like, you're supposed to be my advocate for the care that I want to do. And it's basically just the, you know, it's just that was the phone call. That's it. But yeah, so anyway, once we got over that was minor, totally minor hump that I'm exaggerating for stream. Once we got over that, he basically was like, you know, all right, cool, you know, we'll do whatever you need. And they're not totally involved in this process at all. So it's going to be insurance that's going to be like, I need a prior authorization, and then my doctor has to be like, oh bother, still has diabetes. And then insurance will be like, oh yeah, funny you should mention that. All right, fine. Or the usual, oh bother, has trouble with hypoglycemia. Like, why do they have to lie? Why do they always have to lie? Here's some data that proves that bother has hypoglycemic events ever. Actually, haven't gone totally hypoglycemic in a long time. But they always use that as the excuse. It's so weird. It's like, I got diabetes. Like, there you go. Done and done. Was there interest to keep you on the new one? That's the latest and greatest. It is actually a very good system. I just can't use any of the hacked apps, any of the APS stuff with it. So, by the way, I came up with a solution to mount the pedals and angle them a little bit. And I didn't think about it. I thought I needed countersunk screws, but it turns out this will do it just because of the oval slots. So let's get this mounted up into the pedal box. I severed it from the chair. I'll have to move the chair back over to test that, but let's get a good angle on it for once. Maybe I can actually get light down here while I roll around on the floor. The new one's cool because it does like somewhat mesh networking. Wouldn't want to go without Night Scout. Well, I mean, I could still use Night Scout with, you know, if I went to the new pump, the 5. But I want the APS system. I want all the things. I want all the control. I am a control freak. I want more agency in how, you know, this stuff runs my fucking life. And I think that's a reasonable thing. It's just silly that there's so much stigma against it from them. I mean, they're, you know, oh my God, how could you do this? They see everybody as a mouth-breathing idiot. So, as I do. They share that tendency with me. Now, this needs to be loosened way more to go in. I'm okay, so I'm in a weird position right now, so I will read chat in a minute, but I just need to mount these in here. It's just so annoying that they, you know, everybody has to tell just the right kind of lie. You know, just the right lie. Whereas I should be able to tell the guy, I just want to use this. Because I think the main concern from them is compatibility issue. Oh my God, what's going on there? And it's like, well, you guys don't support like normal phones. You don't support normal phones. You know, I went to the Omnipod and I said, I better get a new phone for this because my HTC 10 is starting to show its years. And then they're like, nah, you can't use that. Like, we only work with 2 phones. I read chat. I gotta stand up and read chat. Ugh. I also wonder how much telemetry there is in the Omnipod 5 app. Well, because of what they have to enable in Bluetooth, they have to enable location settings, which I'm wondering why they need that information. Yeah, the old George Carlin bit. Half of the population is dumber than the average whatever. I don't remember the wording of any of it, so I can't quote it directly. Okay, having trouble getting beyond the corner cube that I used on the top of this thing. Having a little trouble getting by there. These corner cubes will have to be moved until I can get this mounted, because I think these will overshoot a little bit. Yeah, unless I reduce the bar even more. Oh no, never mind. There, now it fits in. Oh, cool. So I can avoid the noid. I can avoid the corner cubes and get this thing to slide straight up and down. My ear just filled up with fluid. That's nice. That's always great. That's always great. I think it might be allergies. Okay, now I did want to lower this. I wanted to lower the bar, chat. I wanted to lower it a little bit, but I'll put it at the highest position for right now. I have it tuned for the highest position. Get that. No. Ooh. I need caps for these so that that doesn't happen. I think they mentioned something in the manual about what they were doing with location. Because they are doing stuff with the location data, which is ridiculous. But they also require, their apps require you to have all of these lockdown things. Like everything needs to be super fucking locked down on your phone in order for you to use this stuff. Including you can't enable developer options and you can't install any other type of application. You have to have certain security settings too. Yeah, for some reason you need location service to keep a Bluetooth connection. That's just something that was built into the requirement, I guess. Only have location on when you use the GPS to drive somewhere. Yeah, I wish you could do that, but yeah, even Xtrip needs it. Yeah, Xtrip, which is what we're using to put to transmit the levels to Night Scout and have them show up on that web page. There are hide root apps to counter this. Yeah, I guess that would be one thing to do. You can use your Bluetooth for location type stuff, but you shouldn't have to have location services enabled. Look, man, I read all the documentation for the pump, and those were their requirements, which is just ridiculous. Just crazy. It's just crazy. All right, so hold on. I need to release these, and then I'll use the cleats on these, and then we can have a side-to-side adjust. We have an up and down adjust, and then the angle adjust is due to the slotted holes. Slots. Dun 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 dun. Ah. All right, let's see here. Does that fit in? It does indeed. Good, I can use it. I can use it. So that goes here. And then this. Oh, we're all the way over there. Try to get a center a little bit more. So yeah, I've started the install for Android Studio. I'll have to connect that to Git. I think I might just connect it to the Bother Git, just because I can't be asked to sign up for more stuff, you know? So maybe I'll install it in my normal Git, my streaming Git. Stream, you Git! Gall darn it! I don't think that reaches. Yeah, it doesn't reach. Okay, I need a different bolt. I need a different bolt. Come back over here. Yeah. Same requirement for Dexcom and Libre and anything that's, because all this medical technology is now Bluetooth low energy. Whew. Even when we were doing stuff with the what do you call it? We were doing stuff that involved a faking being a Bluetooth low energy device. for the sim setup steering wheel, the steering wheel for this thing that I'm working on right now. And in doing so, we discovered some of the documentation, and the documentation details use for medical devices, including constant glucose monitoring systems. So, like, this stuff is built into the standard. Android Studio only needs a Git client to clone the apps repo. Ah, okay. That, you mean like to pull the files to your local machine so that it can compile everything, I think, is what I'm inferring. I don't know any of this stuff. I program Arduinos and stuff. You know, we do it for shits and giggles, haha. I will deal with more complicated APIs when I have to. For instance, tying the Twitch bit system to a dollar store fart noise maker, and then putting that in a random case that I have with a Harman Kardon speaker on it so that it can make one of 9 random fart noises from the dollar store fart maker noise thing. That's the kind of stuff I do here. That we put the Twitch API on an ESP8266. So it's like, I only seem smart when it's funny. For the express purposes of it being funny. There it is. Show it. Every time I show it on camera, you can't escape it. Everywhere I turn, I hear his farts. Tony Stark and his farts. Yeah, that's the thing. If you allow the location information, you're probably giving it a blank check over looking at where you are. I don't like that. I don't want the health companies to know where the fuck I am. Also, I don't want them to have insights into what I'm doing on my phone. Moreover, I have a big moral objection to them making me lock down my phone. And all these requirements are because it's a life-dependent medical device. So they basically need to turn my phone into this insulin pump. And the reason that I'm switching to the other system is that I don't like all the alerts on this insulin pump. All the alerts on this thing drive me absolutely batty insane. So I want the app on my phone, I want it to be totally fucking open. I want to be able to go into my phone and without having to put in passcodes, alter my diabetes care and management. I'm all for some alerts. I will enable some alerts, but I want to have control over that because I am in control of my own glucose levels. Now, considering I am a corner case, people of my generation who are involved in tech and earlier generation or later and earlier generation involved in tech will be at that level. The majority of people using these products are not. So it's not catered to the people like me that would rather have some kind of a dashboard that I could configure and have full control over everything that's happening. Somebody out there without the knowledge and the skill base or even the inclination to look into what effects the settings will have will alter the settings and fucking die, and then they'll lock everything down because the government will go, what the fuck did you just do to one of my consumers? So yeah. And they're not necessarily ridiculous. In a sense, it's just lawmakers trying to look after their own ass, which is a particular talent of theirs. What's up, TurboNat? How's it going? I realized I don't need countersunk bolts on this fucking thing. Just like midstream, I was like, wait a minute. I don't actually need countersunk bolts. I can just use these brackets that have these brackets that have oval holes. There's always another way. Well, I wish I'd come up with it yesterday because we could have been done with it. Hold on, I need to check Discord real quick. What time am I gonna be done? Let's shoot for like give ourselves like a 2-hour buffer here. I can't, like, my friend sent me a weird image and I can't even show that or my channel will be destroyed. I'm about to say that normal people can't be trusted with this much power over their own body chemistry. No, that's, okay. So there was a Twitter thing recently where somebody said, somebody very confidently said, you can't even change or you can't dose out insulin without a pharmacist. It's like, you are so confidently incorrect that it's comical. Normal people can't be trusted with this much. No, because we're all normal people. People with diabetes are normal people, and they can dosage their own insulin. It's just there are different levels of people doing that, and so there's always going to be kind of the side cases for that sort of thing. Generally, the people with diabetes are perfectly capable of managing it all on their own. But what's the thing on the floor with all the valves? What valves? What are you talking about? Oh, that thing over there? Art project. It has one big valve. It's actually a fire cannon. It is a fire cannon for festivals. And I tried to break up the look of the expansion tank of a fire cannon. And I did that with a bunch of paintball tanks. So what that is it's an aluminum water reservoir. It's a water distribution manifold, which aren't too expensive on eBay. Bought an aluminum water distribution manifold. And then I adapted the NPT fittings to aeronautical fittings. Got the 45-degree angle jobbies on there. And then I adapted the aeronautical fittings to the paintball tanks, which have an O-ring. It was a little leaky. Takes a little bit of a leak down test to get it working, but it worked. And it made a kind of a really cool-looking fire cannon. But I had to retire it. And it was in storage for a long time. And so as I have been cleaning out my storage area, I've been discovering a lot of these old things. It's where that Vicor power supply came from, too. What you guys saying over there? People that being adults are able to take care of themselves, so not being able to... Well, so there's a bit more complication to the type of hands-off. Like, you need to be able to do the complicated stuff in order to have the sort of hands-off management that we're trying to achieve. It's unfortunate that we don't have a thing that you can just plug into somebody's body and say, hey, keep insulin in here, and you don't have to do anything else. But we're getting there. We're actually getting close to that, which is pretty cool. You know, you just keep insulin in the thing and it'll be able to work for you. The problem is, in order to get there, you need to be able to function without it. It's the whole fucking bring up Marvel again. Ugh. It's tiresome. But you should be able to, in order to have the suit, you should be able to function without the suit. Oh, God damn it. You know what's over here? The odd-numbered one that I had filed down. I didn't want to have to make another... Ah, damn it. Now I've got an uneven number of ones that are filed and ones that aren't. Because I couldn't find it, and I made one. I feel like the threads aren't matching up. I need to... Thanks for the explanation. It looks mean. It was cool. It looks cool. It's very heavy. Generally, the way you do it with fire cannons is you just do another tank of propane. But this also allowed me to have that giant valve on the thing. The bigger the valve, the bigger the boom. Big valve, big boom. Welcome to my stream. It's another stream where I'm crawling around on the floor. This stream is brought to you by Uptake. Uptake is an internet cupcake agency that'll allow you to publish your website to the cloud and turn it into NFTs. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe to the back of my head. Ah, damn it! I don't think the threads met up. Smart insulin. What is that? I thought there was a hormone therapy that was going around that they were looking to do human trials on, and as usual, there's all kinds of pushback, and so they were looking to. Something about like a monthly injection. It was a completely different approach. Huh, insulin's that only act if you have a high blood glucose. That's weird. How do you know your body's load? How do you know your big load? Yeah, every 6 months or so, there's another article talking about the cure. Cure's only, what was I told? The year was 1992, and I was at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, and they said, "You're lucky, the cure is only 5 years away." And I said, "Wow, that's neat." Here we are. Welcome to 2022. Clearly, we've had a cure for 24 years. 20 years. Clearly. It's just around the corner. Just around the corner. Okay, that needs to be real tight because that's going to take a lot of force. I don't have a lot of attachment points for this amount of force. A custom bracket would probably be in order for something like this, but I can't be asked to machine stuff that complicated. So we use a couple angle irons. Yeah, if you just put okra in water. I see, so it would be like a daily injection. That sounds cool. That'd be nice. How the fuck does that work? Are we using nano machines yet? We got nano machines yet? God, in the expanse of all things for me to bring up, one of the things, because they had in the first couple of episodes, right? You've got what's his face investigating a murder, and there's a guy on the slab at the morgue, right? And they're like, "Man, I really like to grow mushrooms out of this guy." But one of the things that they mention about his autopsy is that he had a pancreatic pump installed. So even in the Jeff Bezos idealistic super space class warfare nonsense sci-fi realm, people still have fucking diabetes that isn't completely cured. Yeah, maybe it was Murphy. Something that unlocks with glucose. Yeah, if I level up my diabetes to level 12, I get auto-reacting insulin. What's weird is that this is not at an angle right now, and it feels like it is. Feels like it is. So I need to lower these, and then we need to put them at an angle using these things, and hopefully I have enough of an angle to make it make sense. Make it make sense. Yeah, right now the pedals are all the way up here, but it might need a brace. I either have to tighten the ever-loving crap out of these, or it might need some kind of a brace so that I can keep my angle settings when I press the pedals. It feels just like a real jalopnik. All right, like a real jalopy. Lower it down. Oop, wrong wrench. Wrong wrench. Let's lower it down first. Problem is this thing is heavy. It's a tough thing to adjust. This thing needs to be strong enough to actually like stand my foot force. My foot soldiers. It can withstand my foot soldiers. All right, hold on. Where's that? Where's that hex? Show me where it is. That should fall. It didn't fall. Why didn't you fall? Master Wayne, why do we fall? Isolating the insulin, and the isolation breaks down with the glucose levels. Oh, neat. That's cool. But again, until I see a vial of it on my desk, I'm not gonna give it too much thought, because I only got so much mental capacity. I'm not gonna waste it on somebody who's looking for grant money, you know? This is gonna fall, and it's gonna scare the shit out of me, isn't it? I'll try to get it so that you guys can see what I'm doing. Maybe move you guys a little bit, like maybe like that. Tighten that down. There you go. Yeah, it's only 5 years. Only 5 years until they figure out why exactly it doesn't work, and it very quietly vanishes from the conversation. Very subtly just kind of fades away. Oh, damn it. It went up and not down. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Fuck. Just, okay, there we go. All right, adjust the pedals down. Let's put them about, nope, that might be too far. Too far. Bring it up. Bring it up, bring it up. Up. Come on. God damn it. I mean, at least I'm not using the ones that pop out. You know, the ones that pop out are super annoying to do this kind of stuff with. Let's bring that to what I would assume to be a decent pedal height. I might have to move the gas pedal a little bit. What I need is somebody sitting in the chair to help me adjust this. If I had somebody in the chair, then I could get all this stuff locked down in the right position first. What I'm going to have to do is go over to the chair, lock myself down. Unfortunately, you guys are looking at my back the whole time. Because I got to maneuver myself within the parameters of the system that I've set up. That's until I lock that down, that's going to do that. Okay, so bit of an angle. Maybe a bit like that. That would need to be lower if it's at that angle. So if it's like that, I mean, that's, Jesus, that's like not even 1 degree. It's barely an angle. Got the diabetes industry into bankruptcy. Oh, God. That's the shitty reality of it all, isn't it? The amount that corporate interests have power over us. It's crazy. Absolute madness. But yeah, so in terms of getting the Android APS up and running, I'm getting there. Got Android Studio partially installed, awaiting a restart of the machine. Yeah, there we go. At least I know I'm not breaking the brake pedal by using it. Squid tank. What are you talking about? Those are Keurig parts, I think is what you're talking about. All right, mic cable over there. Oh, God, that's tangled and everything now. And I might get my office chair over here. Office chair with all my fart stains in it. And I gotta link the two up without running over all the cables with the chair legs. You asked about that again? Ace. Or was it not you that last? Maybe you didn't ask before. I can't keep track. All right, where's my big wrench? Big hex key, where'd you go? Big hex key. Where did that end up? Streamer, why do you have a thermal camera? Streamer. Swear to me. I think it's over there. Is it still hanging? Yeah, I think it's still hanging up. Hoop. This is a much larger bolt than the others. Oh, my legs. Why have you been awake for just get some sleep, my man? What are you doing to yourself? All right, I think this is the one. One that I need in order to attach this to my chair. And then hopefully these pedals feel like somewhat like real car pedals at a slightly different angle. And hopefully my feet can rest on the bottom board while operating them. If they were higher up in the air, then I wouldn't have these problems. But they ain't, so I do. That how Mafia play, or whatever that meme is. Alright, let's get that. Tighten it up. Tighten it up. There's only one fastener on the bottom of this, so I don't like that. It cams out and scratches the anodization. Alright, come on, bud. Can't get a... There we go. Just like that. There we go. That'll do. Okay. Whew. Now I get to take him for a spin. Oh, it's a sleep disorder. Jesus Christ. That sucks. When you say you've been awake for 26 hours, you imply that it's in a row, though. Like... Oh, the other thing is, I've got a support for the pedals. I don't know if I need that anymore. I'll have to take a look. That support is what keeps it from, you know, going all over the place. All right, shitting down. Gas pedal feels moderately normal. Brake pedal. Yeah, I need that support up there. I just moved it. Clutch. They need to go up just a tiny bit. Actually, no, they don't. Yeah, see, I'm like, I need that support. I just completely moved them. But they are at a decent height, maybe a tiny bit taller. But they are wandering around, which is not good. Makes me wonder if maybe they need to be, you know, supported at 90 degrees. Well, I think what I need to do is keep them at the slight angle. Lift them up a little bit. Okay, where's my wrench? Wrench. This needs to be like super locked down, and then I need the pole to go up to the top here, because this needs to be locked in, the top piece, because that's where it's cantilevering, and I can lock that down with just a piece of machine post that I may need to cut to length. But I'll tighten this up again, because yeah, it doesn't. I can't get enough of a lock from these 4 bolts to completely hold this thing still. I might have snapped. No, I didn't snap the head off of that. I need a lot of torque, though. Yeah, it's at ever so slight of an angle. 27-hour biological clock. You'd be comfortable on Deep Space Nine with that kind of rhythm. Where did the wrench go? Oh, there it is. You guys see what I'm doing? My video monitor window is not up at the top. There we go. You guys can sort of see what I'm doing. It's kind of washed out. Rolling around on the floor, as per usual. Hello? Lift this up a little bit. I can just lift up the one side of it. I think that's what'll do it. Very subtle adjustments at this point. Maybe a little too high. I wanted it to go up, but not forward. But this is forward. Well, I'll live with whatever it is. I'll live with it as it is, because I think I need to. At a certain point, I need to just get this thing working again. Now, where did the orange... There it is. I made this little orange thing. That's just a solid PETG block that's going to hold this pole in one of the little bolsters of this aluminum support structure. And that just keeps it a little bit more stable, because there's supposed to be a bolt here that sort of locks it down, but I don't have any structure to put that in. So, make my own. I'll make my own fate. There's no fate but what you make. Okay, I need to cut it down a little bit So that needs to be like cut. I need a marker. Where's my marker? Can't reach it. Where is it? Now this cut is going to require Dremel. It's going to take a significant amount of dremeling. Dremeling. I don't know if this thing is still going to tilt when I hit the brakes. Better not, but I don't know. If I hit the brakes and it's trying to tilt this way, what's that going to do for that? I think we might be in a situation where it's still going to move. So how far off? It's like 2 millimeters off of there. Cut it about there. It should be good. I have another one of these shafts in case I mess up, but all right, let's get the Dremel out and I'll do this cut. What time are we at? Yeah, I got a little bit of time. Get this fully realized. No, see what happens is if I push it down, it tilts no matter what. There's enough torque on the end of that my feet very easily punch it around. So I'm putting this thing on there so that it can resist that just a little bit. I think I gave it too much adjustment. Let's see, the only other way around that would be if I machined parts that did that job. Before we kind of locked down the torque by spreading out that force. Now it's all concentrated right around the axis. So it's kind of unfortunate that it happens like that. I guess what I was doing with the hinges would have put all the force onto a bracket. It would have put all the force onto something like this and potentially bent it. Instead, we're putting all the force on those bolts that I can't get any tighter than they are. So hopefully this thing picks up a little bit of the slack. Just a little bit of the slack. So let me get my Dremel. I think it's still configured for cutting this thing, in that it just has a wheel on it. It's really the only configuration that it requires. And I'm stuck on the chair. Perfect. Stuck on everything. There's too much stuff in the shop right now. Starting to have a little bit of a meltdown in terms of organization and whatnot. Dremel, check. Cable, check. Navigate. The tripping hazard, check. I need to clean up over there so I have an aisle that I can walk down. And then unstick my cable from the chair. Oh, God, it's wrapped around. Okay, all right. Dremel. You guys all have some weird sleeping patterns, don't you? I don't think I've heard of a normal one from any of the lot of you. Mine's a little messed up right now. I just need to get to bed on time. I don't really have a time. That's the problem. All right, so what are we doing? We're cutting this at a very approximate point. Slice this off. Oh, look at all the rust. I didn't realize. I thought this was stainless, but there's like rust where I cut it previously. You have a normalish schedule now? Well, whoop-de-friggin' did. No, yeah, it's good. That is good. I need to cut this in a place where I can manage all of the stuff that's going to fly everywhere. I have an idea. Valve cover. Catch all of the stuff. Work forces me to sleep around 9 p.m. lest I feel tired as shit the next day. Damn. Yeah, when I was in my 20s, I would push myself on that kind of stuff, but now it's just like, why? Why would I want to feel bad? All right, here's the trick with Dremels. Since I can't be asked to put on eye safety, but he's wearing glasses. Yeah, there's like so many angles where stuff can get into your face. Glasses are not safety equipment. But I can't really be asked to put on any safety equipment. So what I'm gonna do is just stay out of the plane of the blade. So I'm gonna stay out of the plane of the blade. I'm gonna try to get this cut so that where I'm contacting, all the chips are going into this plate of metal. And hopefully I don't make too much of a mess of things. Maybe I just need that flat. I need to be able to position my hands around it. Well, I don't want it flat, because then it'll... Okay, let's just do this. I mean, I could put it on the vise. Nah, maybe I'll just do this. So, with the Dremel, you want to make sure that it retains all of its momentum. This is a lot to cut through, by the way. This is a lot to cut through. Damn it. I'm like, I'm not as comfortable as I should be using this. Because this is elevated, I need to like elevate my hands. Hopefully the cutoff for the mic is saving you guys from having to listen to the horrible cutting noises at full volume. Slipped a little bit there. This does not need to be the prettiest cut in the world, by the way. I just have to make sure that I'm not spiraling. I've never burned out a Dremel motor, by the way. Never. This should be a little faster, though. Just do a karate chop. Yeah. Trip to the dentist, Asmer. Do you guys want me to turn it down? You want me to turn it down? I hate the smell of these things. It's fine. All right. Torque stall, you're not even trying. You got to keep the speed up. I'm actually covering the cooling vents. I need to not cover the cooling vents. Leave the cooling vents open. Whole Dremel's gonna heat up. Yeah, that's the friend of mine who keeps blowing out. Friend of mine keeps blowing out Dremels, and it's because he keeps stalling them. Don't get me wrong, the motor needs to do work, but this is a hardened shaft, so we're not going to bite into it, right? Baloo AU, thank you for the 6 months. Morning, all. Hey, thank you very much. Ah! Ah! That cutting wheel smell. Ah! Little bastard. I don't like holding it so high above the desk. I hate it. It's hurting my hands. Ah! Ah! That was hot. An aircraft. Don't sink. Ah! You jumpy little bastard. Don't jump on me. Hold still. Ah! Oh no, that's gonna eject all the dust down. Damn it. Damn it. Trying to make sure that all the dust goes into this piece of metal. This is one of the more awkward Dremel cuts that I've ever done. Just because I'm trying to use a backsplash that makes me like hold everything. Ah! That makes me hold everything. Ah! Makes me hold everything up. Fucker! Ah! Ugh. Please cut. This hardened fucking control shaft is the worst. Yeah, what's happening is my angle doesn't agree with the angle of the cut. Strategies around this include putting a device. Fucking hell, that sucked. Yeah, so the angle of everything is rough. All right, I'm gonna break the edge of the Dremel. This is not recommended. Should be pretty warm. All right, let me get rid of all this stuff. This is the stuff that goes into your lungs when you use the Dremel. Yeah, Vice would have been good, but I didn't use it. I just wanted to quickly cut that. It doesn't need to be a clean cut. In fact, it's getting hidden by the 3D print, so it just needs to be to A length. So there's really no nuance. All right. That took way longer than I thought it would. This thing is hardened. This is one of those, rotational shafts that you buy off of Amazon, and it's rather hard, he said, casually. I don't want to melt my 3D print. What temperature is this thing at? That's actually pretty cool compared. Higher speed would have done one thing. Mainly putting it in a vise where I could roll it is another thing that I could have done. Because that's why I kept trying to roll the shaft so that my cut would be flat. If I had a lathe, the grinder's the only way that you're really going to reduce something that's hardened. But yeah, having it roll would help. I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Higher speeds, a little bit more comfort, and that would have gone a little better. Went a lot faster when you started swearing. The reason that it kept skipping like that is because the planes don't agree with one another. And so when the plane of your cutting tool is a little bit to the side, it's going to catch that edge, and then the motor wants to just tilt. I have several hardened shafts from stripping down printers. Yeah. I tend to accumulate parts like this. Let's see if I can bolster our pedals now. Bolster our pedals, and then I can get the F out of here and go drink some drinks. Friends are going to be waiting at the bar. Well, it's not a bar. It's kind of a bar. It has a bar. It's like a food place around here that we really like. I'm actually doing social things. I've been like effectively dead to my friends group for a little while, so I need to get out there, chat. I need to not be a pariah. This appears that it is either cut exactly to the right length, or I need to just take a tiny bit off of it. Or maybe it needs to be installed in situ, huh? I think if I were able to get that fastener to pick up the cleat, then I'd be okay. Because I think it'll just barely. I think I'm like half a centimeter off of where I want it to be, which is okay, and we can make it work. Because if it fits tight, then it won't rattle. I need to make this piece adjustable. Everything else is adjustable except for this. This is just like a fixed shaft. Here, you guys come over here. There you go. Swearing does have positive energy. I think that's mainly a gonad thing. Is that there's a requisite number of cursings that has to happen for things to operate correctly. Oh yeah, there we go. See, perfect. Perfect length. How did I do it? It's like I measured it. Percolate. Yeah. Enough percolate makes the world go round. How do I get this thing in there? Okay, that goes there. And I slide it carefully over to where it aligns with the screw hole that I can't see. Can't see down that. Ah! That drops in. And then we tighten it up. Somehow. Everything falls into place. Hello? Nope, nothing fell into place. Absolutely nothing fell into place. It's all crap. It's all shit. Everything sucks. Nothing I build works. It's all just a mountain of garbage. But it's my garbage, but it doesn't work. It's all fucking broken. Everything sucks. Everything sucks. I accomplish nothing. Hold on, I think I got it. It doesn't like feel like it's tightening though. It's like I'm breaking it. No, that was tightening it. It's not going anywhere. Okay. So now I gotta test it with my feet. I gotta test it with my feet and make sure that this stuff doesn't move when I hit the brakes and stuff, and that it feels all right. Depression bother. No, that's okay. So there was talk about like mechanics working on cars and the types of curses that they make. That's what I do. I just start talking about the you know, I get existential and just start talking like that, even though things are working out. And then I'm like, oh, it works. We're fine now. Sometimes I get very angry at the hardware, but it's just hardware, you know? It's just hardware. All right, let's see. Ow! My mic thing hit my thumb. Gas pedal. That's a gas pedal. Clutch pedal. Here we go. Hey, full force. Resting my foot on it. I think everybody needs to come forward a little bit. Brakes. That's more comfortable. I wish I could move it that direction. Wish I could move it further back, I think. Although that feels pretty good. Of course, my pants are all fucked up. Hold on. Gotta get the curl. Gotta roll it correctly. These look completely different. Okay, I'll have to redo that in a minute, but I mean, it's hard for me to get to the maximum clutch length. It's such a downward angle now. It's so weird. It doesn't seem like it's that much more downward of an angle. I mean, the clutch maybe needs to rest right here, which I can adjust. I can do that right now. Something just fell over on the other side of the shop. Oh, that was the bolts got here. The bolts that I ordered that I don't need anymore. Oh no, I can't adjust this. I don't have that adjustment. I don't think I can. No, I can't. I would need to put... Well, if I make a little plastic insert that'll go on the other side of this bolt here, then I can adjust the clutch down a little bit. Because I don't recall... There's not much of a... That throw will be weird, but yeah, I gotta make sure that that bar is out of the way of the throw of the clutch. So if I can put a little insert on that shaft, then I can adjust this. I don't have anything readily available that I can modify. However, I could print something out. Trick will be to make the seatbelt work? Never. The seatbelt will never work. But if the clutch is here, that's not going to hurt my foot as much. We've achieved like 2 degrees of tilt, which makes it so that when I'm pushing on the pedals, I'm pushing them down instead of across. I wanted to push the pedals across, but if I do that, this sticks into the desktop. The desktop barely will clear this right now. And so in order to make it clear, I had to lower this. And so that put my feet at less of a horizontal angle. They're more vertical. So with my feet more vertical instead of horizontal, I need to make sure that my ankles are comfortable. And so that's why we tilted this. Capped by a bit over the top of the clutch that the pedal runs into. Oh, this guy? So I can lower this just by putting a piece right there. I bought an eyelet connection from like a Chevy, or no, it was Ford. It was not metric. It had a smooth bore, but I was able to tap it. So it's an aluminum eyelet that's on this, and then I just have a shoulder bolt, like a big shoulder bolt that goes through this. I have a right angle from the extrusion, and then I used a piece of frame rail in order to mount to the original clutch pedal, or the clutch hydraulic mounts. So the clutch hydraulic mounts are held on by a piece of frame rail. Oh wait, yeah, that's how I adjust it. Derp. I didn't need to make a it's always 3D print. Somebody with a 3D printer. Every solution is always a 3D print. Every single solution. Oh, maybe I could 3D print my way out of this wet paper bag. No. I have adjustment. God, it took me showcasing the thing to go, oh yeah, that was a feature. We can just loosen that, push this down, tighten it up again. Bada bing! There it is. Now my clutch pedal is even with everything else. Of course, that means the Hall effect sensor is probably going to be in a weird place, but whatever. What I noticed in my car is all three of the pedals are even. I've angled the gas pedal back by 15 degrees, and that apparently makes it so much more pleasant to put your foot on. These I angled back a little bit, and it almost seems like I overdid it, but I think that'll... Like 1 degree of tilt was overdoing it. I don't understand. But they are also lowered, which I think will make a big difference about where the ball of my foot sits. So let me just get comfortable. Oh my God, it's not great, but it's a lot better. I could use a little bit more strength from that. Now, as I settle into it, it's a lot better. I need this to be strong enough that I can just lean my foot against it, though. Yeah, that's a lot better. That is actually quite a bit better. And I'll probably be barefoot when I actually use it. These are meant to be controlled with shoes on. That's a bit of a reach. I don't know. I mean, I could move everybody closer, but I don't think... It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Borderline on the clutch. If I could do that... Oh yeah, that unloads a lot. I'm feeling out. So what I'm doing is I'm feeling out how my ankle feels right now. Holding it like this with no pedal forcing against my foot, it's tiring. That tires out my ankle. If I get a little bit of respite over here, that's good. If I reposition the ball of my foot, that's actually pretty decent. The gas pedal is perfect. This is exactly where I want my foot to be. So it seems like I need for the pedals to move further this way. But I don't have that option. I don't have that ability. I can't do that. Because if my foot was just here, which it kind of can be, but this needs to be higher up. See, the pedals need to be, yeah, they just need to move back, and I don't have that ability. I could maybe move them back if I redesign the mount over here. Yeah, what are you guys saying? Shorter clutch, it's a race car, not a giant truck. My clutch engages immediately. It just has all that travel there. Permobile? Permobile, what the hell is that? Cool project. Yeah, these are real car pedals that we've sort of adapted to being simulator pedals. Tractor simulator. Welcome to my farm. No, I didn't do any welding. My welder is up with all of my old gear, and it's an inert gas welder. I'm not good at welding, and I don't really do that. This is all frame rail. I mean, I would sooner build it out of wood than I would out of welded metal, because if you're welding everything together, it's so permanent, unless you've got a metal shop, and things are generally a little quieter around here. We're an electronics setup. We're not really I mean, I've got the milling machine, but that's mostly for like aluminum stuff like this. No, this is all stapled together by yours truly out of old frame rail parts that I have. The base plate for this thing, this is my old computer top. This, the outside rail, is the keyboard tray from my computer desk that I at one point had redesigned and then redesigned again. So it's all old stuff. The only problem is, like, if all three of these pedals are up here, I feel like I need to hold my feet back a little bit more. See this? That's a little bit more comfortable. You see how the ankle's flattening out to where it's like a standing position? So it's not the end of the world. If I were to wear shoes, I would need a little bit more pushback from the pedals, because that feels like my clutch, except for the part where, right there, where something weird happens. What is that? Why does it feel weird right there? It feels like it's scraping something. I guess that's where the bolt is scraping the bracket. I could probably adjust out. But, like, I don't know, that feels like about the amount of... It's a little lighter than my clutch. Brake pedal is way too light on the initial part. And then, of course, you hit the load cell, and it's just... It feels like a brake pedal that's engaged. So I need a little bit more spring back. It's okay right now. That's doable. But you don't really... through your shoe, you can't really feel that you've started applying brakes. I don't want to put a larger spring in there. It's going to blow everything up. Maybe a slightly larger spring. Maybe I could replace that one. This is doable, though. This is all viable. One thing that I did forget while playing My Summer Car was that I had more gas pedal available to me. It's funny how they trick you, because I feel like that was full throttle, but actually that's full throttle. Yeah, I'll have to be barefoot when I do this. I'm not showing chat my feet. These are real car pedals. This is directly out of a BMW E92 from, I don't know, 2000 and something. 2010, I don't know. But these pedals were about $100, $120 or $30. The gas pedal is directly used with just 5 volts in it, and it outputs a voltage level. Brake pedal, we put a bracket on the back where the master cylinder goes, and then we just have a load cell on it with a 3D printed piston. And the 3D printed piston contains a spring. So it feels like a broken brake pedal right here, but when it engages, it feels like, you're pressing against the wall, which makes it feel very much like a normal brake. I could maybe try to find a bigger spring to put in there, or maybe like an additional spring to sneak in. And then the clutch pedal, with a little bit of weirdness with the brackets and stuff, feels exactly like a clutch pedal. It's got sort of that initial pushback, and then it clicks over, and the assist spring helps you hold it down. Although it's a little bit on the light side, I think it'll be fine for what I'm trying to get out of it. It's not as comfortable, though. All right, let me sit properly like this. I don't have anything bolstering the front of my legs, but it is a lot more comfortable than when we did the rally. Yeah, if I can... That's actually... Okay, so that's right at the limit. I would be more comfortable if it was here. It was just like here. Brake pedal, of course, won't move. And they have this rubber bolster over here, so you don't catch the brake pedal when you're trying to hit the gas. See, the clutch stops moving forward here, which feels a little far away. And we're changing basically we're changing all the angles of everything. So there's a significant difference in how it operates that you just need to deal with. Definitely, yeah, making car noises in my head. Exactly. I can't drive without shoes on. It feels weird. But you can use your toe and get very accurate. You and TurboNat have the same shoes. I don't know. Does he get Irish setters? These are named after dogs. That's why I bought them. A car buddy of mine had a coupon for them. And I saw them. I'm like, oh, shit, these are nice. And so I just keep buying them. My lead foot is perfectly calibrated. Well, chat, if you drive a stick shift car or you endeavor to for a long time, never, actually just in a regular car, right? Don't use your gas pedal or your brake pedal foot for the gas. Your left foot is tuned to have a significant amount of, or no, what is it? Using your clutch foot on the brake, that's what it is. Clutch foot is very specifically trained to just stomp, right? So at one point, I was driving my car, driving down the street, listening to cool music. All the ladies were like, hey, who's that? And I'm like, don't worry about it, ladies. It's just me. And I decided that I would try my clutch foot on the brake. And I went, doot. And then I flew through the windshield and died. I flew through the windshield and I died. And everybody started laughing because this foot is trained to do this. And that's it. It sits like this in traffic all day, every day. And so this has all the muscle, all the training. This foot is very dainty. It's designed to do very subtle things like feel when the brake starts pushing back a little bit. And maybe it reduces the pressure a little bit. Maybe it hammers down on it a little bit more, give you that nice subtle thing, you get the back to kick out, you start sliding around. But when you use this foot on this pedal, insta-stop, everybody's dead. It's madness. It's absolute madness. So yeah, I'm just trying to like, okay, so we're driving. That's a puppy. We avoided it. We're back to driving. Load up the front. Go. Get the motor running. Pop it into gear. My engine exploded. Yeah, it's pretty good. I think I can drive. I think it's somewhat intuitive. This is the primary thing that I'm going to be doing is this. This is the action. Doing this as fast as possible. You can see my foot is getting caught right there where the pedals don't quite meet up. One of the solutions of that, bring the gas pedal back a little bit. But the gas pedal feels very, very nice where it is. Nothing is moving either. The pedals aren't changing their angle or anything like that. That one, the shaft going up into the thing, is taking all this force. And then, of course, these things are compensating for the height there. I'm going to be in my head when I start driving my car tonight. Yeah, I can put a lot of force into that. See, when I do that, this whole thing is trying to tilt like that. And it's accomplishing it to a degree. No, it's actually pretty good right now. It hasn't moved that much. Trying to play left-handed guitar using the wrong foot on the pedals. Yeah. You press a little and your brain presses hard. Yeah. I'm obliterating my throw-out bearing right now. Well, okay. I think we're pretty good on that. No, it's got rubber pads on the floor. That has rubber pads on it. And then the chair has, you can see the mount right there. It's just got a piece of frame rail on it and everything. And then the shaft of the chair is held down with a bracket that's meant to hold LED bars on trucks. So it's this giant aluminum like ring clamp, which I wish had like a quick disconnect, because then I could easily disconnect this from the chair. But what it requires me to do is release one giant bolt on it. Okay, so that does it for the pedals for now, until I do like quality of life improvements or extend the mount out over here so that I can move the pedals this way, like, I don't know, 1/4 inch. I don't need a lot of space, but I certainly can't do anything about it right now. I could get an inch if I twist that, and then I wouldn't get the height. I guess I could do that. I could move that block on the chair because it's too high. I could move it like that, and that would give me another inch. I think an inch is really all I need. It's all you need sometimes. Well, I think for now, we'll leave it. For now, we'll leave it. We're going to break until tomorrow, and then tomorrow, I have to repair that one wire on the wheel, and then we can do Snow Runner. Because that'll be a more chill time with the wheel. As much as I want to do the My Summer Car Rally, and maybe we will, I would like to get a little bit more chill time. If these will stay at a reasonable angle, I'll be happy. Because what I need to do is I need to move this out, and then I need to scoot the gas pedal this way a little bit so that my feet are in that natural, basically where the gas pedal is right now, needs to be even with these two. And then it'll feel totally normal and cool. Only problem is the more I move down the clutch, the less of that assist spring knockover I get. It's supposed to, it feels like, you feel like you're overcoming it. It's like lots of force, lots of force, lots of force, phoom, nice and light. Which is kind of how it feels. It feels okay like this. All right. Let's just peek in on this, because it's not that close to done. Oh, it is actually pretty close to done. That's not clear. That is not clear. How much time do we have left in this print? Let me find, where the hell did I put Octoprint? I hate how it turns out that I didn't need that package at all. I spent $10 on bolts I'm never going to see again. We got 5 minutes left. Well, in the 5 minutes that we have left, you guys can see that it is not an ice cube. Not even remotely an ice cube. It doesn't look anything like one. If I pump up the heat, it might look a little bit more clear. You can see in some spots that it's nice and clear, but the patterning and the sort of the extrusion width, I think, are the problem. No rally winner right foot brakes. You want me to heel toe? I don't heel toe. I don't heel toe. No, apparently the secret to the My Summer Car Rally, and I would have to move the pedals around to properly heel toe. It's not drifting heel toe. It's using the hand brake in order to slide around turns, which I also don't do. Maybe we could play with that a little bit. Heel toe is still right foot braking. So you're saying I should drive a go-kart? I should do go-kart tactics where you have brakes on the left foot, gas on the right? Chat, you're weird. You should get, like, checked out or something. You guys are weird. You should just, like, maybe talk to somebody about it, or I don't know. I don't really know what to tell you. Let me get my pen light over there, and let's see if we get a little bit more light on this thing, what it looks like. Actually, I can pen light it from all the way over here, because I can't quite... Where's that pen light? Where's my pen? Where's my light? There's my light. A little bit more light over there. That's not very much. It looks like it might, you know, be a little bit clear. What if we hit it with a laser? That is absolutely no indicator of it all whatsoever. Nope, that doesn't tell me anything. I'm sitting here across the room because that chair's in the way. Who is that? You guys dig deep for these references sometimes to try to get over my head with them. Like that guy who came in here and called me son of ass in Turkish. They're still banned. German rally auto racing driver with victories in Fiat, Opel, Lancia. Ah, okay, he's an old school rally driver. I don't know enough about these things. Oh, he was in the S1 for Pikes Peak. Okay. All right. I can respect it. I'm a butt baby? He's Rally Jesus? Okay. Yeah, man, you know, I don't know the names as well as I should, I guess. And it's done. And unfortunately, I haven't fixed that setting where it should retract at the very end, so it leaves this fucking spider web. All right, let me get over to the printer. I can't remove it yet because it's still hot. If I try to remove it, I'll distort the whole thing. Ah, this looks like shit. This looks like complete ass. This is terrible. This is the furthest from clear I think I've ever seen a print. Fuck these new settings. My old settings would make this look just fine. That thing sucks. It sucks. It's not clear at all. We tried. We were told. I was promised. I was promised that we would get ice cubes. Look at that compared to the... Oh my god. It'll dry clear. Look at how shitty that looks. This is what we were promised. I'm glad I spun off new settings files instead of jumping full force into that. Where did it go? Oh, I lost it. Hold on. Pull it back out of Discord. Bonk. Checking your browser. Why does it have to do that? This is what we were promised. So we put in the settings for this. We got this. Dun, dun, dun. That is so opaque. I don't know what the solution would be. More heat? Looks like it's made of HTTP. Yeah, it's not good, huh? Yeah, I mean, this is generally the quality of a quote unquote clear print that you will get out of a printer. This type of thing is really good for backlighting stuff. If you want to backlight like a knob, you can have, what I did for the 3D printer is I had 2 LEDs on this surface, and it's a very good diffuser. You know, if you have a very bright LED on it, it'll diffuse it very nicely. But optical transmission, it does not promote currently. That's not a thing that this is going to do. That's a little disappointing. Yeah, indicators and stuff would do just fine. But we wanted this. We wanted this because the jacket for the laser would look really cool if we could see that there's water in it. You know, and I might have used the smoky colored stuff in order to make it. But either way, that ain't it. We can still try to seal that print, though. We can still try to seal that print. But, like, yeah, this guy got really, really nice optics on his stuff. And he says it's just a matter of slowing things down, doing a little bit. Yeah, no, ice sculptures at least use water that they've had kind of like a current in, and that'll end up making very clear ice. This looks like an ice cube tray. Oops. This looks like an ice cube, like it came out of an ice cube tray with tap water in it. So I don't know. All these settings. Like Simplify 3D has some different ways that it handles some stuff. In addition to the fact that we cannot achieve matching layer direction. We can't do that with the super slicer. I do have Simplify 3D. Maybe I could put all my settings into there, but you know, we tried to get all these settings right, and it was just like, so, oh well. Oh well. All right. I think we're done. Made it all the way out to my normal stopping time, but yeah, he just poured ice in it. It kind of looks like that, doesn't it? Son of a bitch. Well, so I'm steaming ahead. Like an odd thing to say. I'm steaming ahead. We're making progress on stuff. I think methyl ethyl ketone has not been ruled out because of that ice cube print. It's not. It's a bunch of shit. It's all crap. Maybe if I use the Overture stuff, it'll be a little better. If I try the clear, the smoked stuff is not Overture. The red and the blue are. So if I do a blueprint with these settings, there's a chance that I could get it right. I'm not totally sure about that. Tomorrow, I want to play video games for most of the day. So we need to fix one wire because I accidentally stepped on the shifter while it was over there. And then we can get into a different game. Play SnowRunner maybe. If it's not boring. If it gets boring, we'll switch over to My Summer Car and I'll do the rally. But we'll do that tomorrow. And then I need to make progress on the Android Auto Pancreas system. Getting all that shit installed on this computer. This stuff we're working on for Burn the Subs. I want to make a chandelier. I have kind of a cool lighting project that we need to do. I've got all this stuff sitting around, and I have storage space stuff to go through. So I'll have my optical table available to us soon. There's a chance that we could try to make like a ring laser gyroscope. If we can get the sensor right for the ring laser gyroscope, I'd like to build one here and prove that the Earth is round. Because I'll have some fun titles that I can use while we figure that project out. And then we can see whether or not we see spinning planet results. DS9 shape, no, false. DS9 was not lit. That whole set was just dark. No, I have a thing that I want to do with bars of light. It's more like Deus Ex Human Revolution style lighting. Sort of. It's just parts that I have around, but I've also got the cables to hang stuff, and so I got these bars that'll light up that I can make like a cool, like messy chandelier out of. Basically, I could either put it over my head here, put it over the table over there. I don't know. I don't have very high ceilings here. I mean, I could just like hit the ceiling with my head if I'm not careful. Anyway, I will be back tomorrow, and we'll get stuff rolling from there. How's that sound? In the meantime, you guys can check me out on where's chat? Where did you guys go? You're over here. In the meantime, you guys can check me out on social media if you want, or just catch me in Discord. I'm always in Discord. And I will see you guys tomorrow around the same time. We'll be driving stuff. Stuff will be driven. I don't know. Take it easy.